like geography or archaeology or anthropology, or and history. I love the history books as well, because when I create a new culture in the world, I'm not just making something up out of the blue. Oh, and I think they'll eat marbles. Yeah, they'll eat marbles, and they'll blow them out their ear and shoot people with them. And you can't do things like that.
Right.
Your cultures have to rhyme with cultures that people are familiar with. So you really should understand the way things work.
I love his pens. He's like do 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 do. Here we go, walking down the street. Here we go, bop bop, walking down the street. Oh yeah, do 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 do, walking down the street. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna wait a second. Somebody's talking to me on this side. You interrupted my song, and I'm not dancing anymore. Jesus Christ!
You want something?
Today we have some really awesome guests. First, the owner of Left Justified Studios and Prolific Games is a game designer, developer, and writer. He's worked on many board games and role-playing games such as Pieces of Eight, Dragon Age RPG, Mercante. Please welcome Jeff Tidball to the Game Masters Workshop. Right next to him, he's the owner of Leader Games, one hell of a board game designer. He's designed and worked with some of the most well-received games in the modern era, such as Root and Vast. Please welcome Patrick Leader to the Game Masters Workshop. And
Hello.
last but definitely not least, our final guest may have the wildest energy in game design. He's the owner and lead designer for Fight in a Box Games, designing games like Mouse Cheese Cat Cucumber, Squirrel Die, and Processing. Please welcome Seppi Yoon to the Game Masters Workshop.
Far away from, apparently. And switch our map.
Oh.
Say hello to the Forgotten Realms.
Well, some of it at least. Oh, it is. It's
Yeah,
all of it.
It's
Holy
the whole effing thing.
Well, it's this whole part of the continent, yeah.
That's the whole part of the continent, yeah.
Whoa, there's a big statue. Whoa, nudity.
No, it says one on the Epic. There's not one on the roof.
Well, he's gonna have a fun time trying to do anything because I don't even have a weapon. There wasn't even a weapon up there. Ah, shit, there's one down here.
Epic.
Oh shit, that was you. Oh shit. I was all concerned. I thought that was a bad guy. It's like, oh no, there's a bad guy right here. They're loading. I gotta kill him beforehand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what that was, Bentley, but that was awesome. All right. All right, Red. I'm catching up to you. Sorry about that. It's just...
You should be able to fast travel from my camera.
Yep. There's ridiculousness. Bentley is amazing. Bentley, you're awesome. Bentley, you're amazing. I didn't mean to say Octavia. Sorry. There you go. By the way, that song is copyright Epic Realms.
Chugging along. Chugging right along. Do, 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 do. Moving fancy free. Chugging right along. Doing things with me. Chugging right along.
Nope. First time here.
Wouldn't you
sorry,
know?
Emmy.
I could tell you weren't from around
Emmy,
here.
I'm just used to your decks.
What with that homesickness of yours. And you know...
Not good. That is not tasty at all. That is not tasty at all.
Yes, I could. Thank you.
Nice.
So that was my aim with IDW, was that I was the only female comic writer who had ever read the script, and no one else was allowed to read it. So I got to write those comics, which led to more Star Wars adventures. So I got to write Rose and Paige Tico. I got to write a Leia and Amilyn Haldo story. I got to write a Padme and Jar Jar story. I got to write a David Attenborough-esque take on Porgs. And then that led me to Marvel Action Spider-Man and all the work that I've gotten to do for IDW. So it was one of those...
Pulled me right off the gym.
I don't have a very good connection. I am red right now. So I don't know if I'm gonna lag a little bit or not, but I'm going for the unhook.
Okay.
I am up on second floor in the house.
Nice. Be aware.
What should I say?
What was that?
He got pulled off the jet.
I turned, I was looking around and I turned and he was right there grabbing me.
What was that? Was that noise?
Yes.
Oh my god, that scared the crap out of me. Oh.
You don't have...
Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Put me in the prisons. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to slay today.
I'm laughing because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that story. Oh yeah, that story.
So that story is where Al McVarish makes his first appearance, and he's there. He's basically reporting that there is an issue in this dungeon, and somebody that they've been looking for, that the two of the Dan have been looking for, a rogue fairy basically. It can be found there. So, but I was fascinated, like, who is this guy and why is he the way he is? Because he walks into this underground, S&M club in a full-on, cashmere top coat and mustache, that's with a handlebar. I mean, he looks all fancy and proper, slick shoes, and he doesn't even care about what's going on around him at all. He is focused on his mission and so on. And I'm like, I want to know more about this guy.
Touch me.
I wanna feel dirty. Octavius can heal me. And touch the pain.
Somebody clip that. Pizza and beer stomach. This is my meat pocket. Don't say that. That sounds dirty. Oh my god. That sounds dirty. To quote Bentley, oh my god. You're my meat pocket. Wow. Wow. The pudding stomach, yes. This is my pudding stomach. This is where the chocolate pudding goes. See, Blind GM, you should have joined me live. This would have been...
This town needs an enema.
Have you checked your buttholes?
Peanut butter butthole.
That was beautiful. I feel like just like, oh, yes.
Mwah.
Steph's kissed all them buttholes.
Come on, Sunstrider, don't be a troll. Don't be a Maxis. Don't be a Maxis. Don't be a Maxis. No, don't be a Maxis. Don't be a Maxis. Don't be a Maxis.
Oh.
Have you checked your buttholes?
Peanut butter buttholes.
There you go. That's how we know. So.
Can you repeat the sound that he makes again for me, please? I didn't quite get it.
I don't really know what the sound is. It's like or something like that.
Blink dogs are. We don't want to kill the doggos. Like they're doggos. They're so adorable. And I'm like, all right. So we're gonna call it the ethically sourced blink dog cloak. And so basically, they were blink dogs that when they died of old age, they donated their bodies to the magic item industry, such that their skins could then be turned into a blink dog cloak, which would give the barbarian Misty Step 3 times a day.
As someone who's had to like brush a husky, I feel like you could definitely make a whole cloak just out of like the fur,
yeah.
that they shed.
Yes.
Oh, is it a blink dog?
There we go. Look, he just appeared out of nowhere.
Hi, man. Hi, honey.
Hello.
It's like we
I heard someone say dog. Oh.
It's important, and particularly if you're new at GM, it's important to know that you don't have to work out every detail of everything right from the start. That you can have this big world out there, and you kind of know some of the broad strokes of it, but your first campaign or adventures or whatever could be set in like little archipelago of islands or on a little peninsula sticking out from it, or if you're going to an established world like a corner of the map where there isn't much written about it, and you can kind of make up your own stuff. And once you start building a little bit like that, then you'll gain confidence, and you can, as you go, you can add more and more information as it becomes appropriate to what your player characters are actually doing.
Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. What the? Like a glove? I appreciate it.
It's time to start the podcast. It's time to play some games. It's time to have some fun here on the Epic Show tonight.
We'll see some off the pod here. Enjoy some great alerts. We'll have a grand old time here watching Epic Realms tonight. We love it when we come here. We clip all of the screens. The chat gets kind of trolly on Epic Realms scenes. But that's an awesome part of the Epic family. So let's enjoy the show now and start another hype train. We'll see the spicy chips fly on the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, epicational. This is what we call the Epic Show.
That we do adventures separately if and when we do them, because we want them to be more timeless, right? Things that are. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an author, game designer, RPG designer, and Epic Realms alumni. He is the mastermind behind the Marvel RPG. Please welcome Matt Forbeck back to Epic Realms. How are you doing, Matt?
Good, Nick. Thank you for having me on again.
I love having you on. I love chatting with you. If we could just chat constantly, once a week, that would be super cool. But nobody's got time for that because you've been a busy guy.
Aren't we all? I mean, come on. Yeah, it's you got to make a living, right? It's capitalism. So.
When you were on before, and not to put a feather in our cap, but last time you were on, we talked about the RPG for Marvel. It was still in the playtest. And I had to jump through hoops, and we were the first ones that weren't associated with Marvel that you were allowed to talk to about that. And
that's true.
I still talk about that. I'm like, hey, we were the first ones. You heard it here first, sort of situation. But it's been a wild ride since then. You've got some stuff that has come out, some expansions, some extra books, things like that. Did the Marvel multiverse, did it do better than you expected it to? Did it do about what you thought?
I don't know what I expected. I try to keep my expectations outside of my head when I'm working on something, right? I don't try to think about how well it's going to be received because it tends to throw you as far as what you're working on. If you start thinking about who's going to read this, who's going to play this, whatever, too much, or how many people really, not who, but how many.
Right.
Then that starts to, I think, warp things. So I don't tend to think about it too much. But all that said, the game did very well, right? I mean, I think we're on our third printing, moving to a fourth printing at the moment. And it actually went back to press before it even shipped back in 2023. So that it's done very well for us. And we got another expansion coming out. We've had so far. We had the Cataclysm of Kang, which was an adventure that came out. That is a big, thick, 256-page book with 6 adventures in it. Actually, they're linked together. Then we had the X-Men expansion came out last summer. We also had a Deadpool adventure come out for it called Deadpool Roleplays Marvel Universe, which is like a page comic that Cullen Bunn wrote, and they did a great job with. And then we also had the Spider-Verse book, which is coming out in February next month. Holy cow! Yeah,
We're almost there. We're almost
you
there.
can tell it's been rusty for me too. You take the holidays off, and I'm like, yeah, I haven't done any publicity or any of this kind of stuff for a while, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I have to talk to people online now instead of people at Christmas time. And then we have another book that we haven't announced that's coming out sometime this summer, which hopefully Marvel will talk about soon. But until they do, I can't.
Yeah, that's right. It's understandable. Tell us about the evolution, because like I said, last time you were on, we were just talking about the playtest. What was the big progression between the playtest and then going to the main book? What was the work on that like, and the progression between the two?
Well, when we were doing the playtest, I had a game design partner on that, a guy named Mike Capps, who did some work on it, and he ended up having to leave the project. So then it was over into my hands. And because of that, instead of having a conversation with him about how it should be, a lot of it came down to me working with the guys directly from Marvel, right? And CJ Cervantes, Amir Osman, and Brian Overton and the crew I work with over there, fantastic guys. And they're very good at asking me questions like, who's going to play this? How is this going to work? What's going to happen? And making the game as good as it can be, right? So we did a little bit of work about trying to figure out who we wanted our audience to be, which is going to be essentially people who already play role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, and people who might be curious about those things but haven't tried it yet, but are Marvel fans, right? And those, the Marvel fans who say, oh, geez, I'd really like to play a role-playing game, but I can't stand, fantasy, like wizards and witty ears are too geeky for me, but spandex and capes, I'm all over. So we went and tried to tackle those kind of audiences. But the game originally, the playtest edition was fairly crunchy and more for a hardcore kind of audience, and we really did trim it down. I mean, it's still got a lot of crunch in it. It's still got a lot of areas that if you're a hardcore gamer, you can sink your teeth into it. But if you're just a new gamer coming across, 10 years old and up can learn how to play the game easily, right? Especially if you got a parent there helping you out, it's really fairly simple. But we streamlined the game a lot. We made it a lot simpler to play and learn, and I think it's become a much better game for that too. I mean, it's the ways we messed with the dice system, everything else really made it feel much more like a blockbuster game as opposed to an attrition game, right? A lot of role-playing games, especially D&D, tend to be attrition games in combat where you're like, let's see how many hit points we go and let's see how we can wear down the other side, right?
Yeah.
And the way we re-engineered the dice system, it's much more of a, let's see if I can line up the best shot I possibly can and then put in that haymaker that's going to knock the guy out like Thanos, whatever. And it works much better that way. It feels much more like a Marvel game because of that, as opposed to a generic role-playing game, right? So we really leaned into making it a Marvel game as opposed to a generic supers game or even a generic role-playing game in general. This really does feel like Marvel from one end to the other, and that was really our intent.
Yeah, was there anything major specific in the playtest that you're like, we need to fix this?
Yeah, I mean, there are things like the math was just getting too complicated, right? There were certain points where you having to add together like, 3 different 3-digit numbers, and I thought it was just too much, right? So we really trimmed it down. Originally, we had like 25 different ranks in it, right? And then we trimmed it down to 6, just to try to focus it down tighter. And then because of that, we're able to say, well, what happens if we do multiplication and do a one roll to hit and damage system, right? So for instance, in the original system, you'd roll 3d6 and it would give you a certain number of points for hitting, and then you'd have to roll for damage and blah, blah, blah. Kind of like a D&D type system, right? You roll against a target number, then you roll your damage depending on what you're doing. But the new system says, whatever rank you are from 1 to 6, you take that and you multiply it by the Marvel die, which is one of the 3 6-sided dice that you roll. And that is actually your damage, right? So if you're a rank 4 person, you roll a 6 on your Marvel die, you do 24 points of damage, right? Now, if you do the Marvel result, which is the 1 on the Marvel die, that actually counts as a critical hit, essentially. We call it a fantastic result, which gives you double damage for that. So instead of doing 24 points of damage, you do 48 points of damage. You'd like really do that haymaker on the guy, because the 1 counts as a 6 and also gives you that special effect. If you're using a power, it gives you another special effect that's listed with each power. It can be something like stunning somebody, blinding them, doing additional kind of wacky things, depending on whatever it happens to be. But the neat thing about that is that, for instance, if you're playing a game like D&D and you're like, okay, I backstabbed Tiamat and I got double damage. I got that critical hit. I got the 20. And I'm like, okay, roll for damage. I got a 4. It's like all that effort went into this, and the damage roll just kind of screws you, right? You're just, well, that's just how the game works, But with this, what happens is, let's say you're Spider-Man taking on Thanos, and you really got to put everything you possibly can into this one big punch
Yeah.
because you're lucky to land it in the first place. So your target number for hitting him is going to be higher. Because of that, the dice you're going to roll have to be higher, which means that marble die is going to tend to be a higher number. And when you land the punch, it's going to tend to be a much bigger dice roll for you, a bigger result for you. And also people, because you can actually affect the dice rolls with karma and by trying to get edges and such, people assisting you in it, those give you more and more chances to re-roll some of the dice and get that marble die higher and higher, which means when you do make that big hit, especially if it's a fantastic result, people literally cheer. I've seen like entire groups at the Glass Cannon guys do the game at New York Comic Con and San Diego Comic Con, and like literally the entire crowd will cheer when that happens. And it really makes you feel like you're part of something special when that goes off. And even when you're playing around a table with friends or at a convention or whatever, it's just amazing watching people's eyes light up and go, yes, you get that real sense of triumph when that comes out. And it's engineered into the dice that way. The funny part is that it's never explained in the rules that way. Like, okay, this is what we did to make this happen. It just happens. It's natural. It's an elegant solution that came out of the playtesting. We probably wouldn't have come up with it if we hadn't gone through that first public playtest and had such great feedback from so many people.
That's great. I love it. Not many game companies do that playtest, and a lot of people, when that came out, they're like, oh, do I really want to? Does this make sense?
Yeah.
And here we see these are the fruits of the labor. This is why you do that playtest that you release early, so you can get stuff like that.
The trick is it's hard to playtest something with something as complicated as a tabletop game like Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons or any top role-playing game. It's hard to playtest that on anything other than the entire market. Right? There's so many different combinations and so many different situations you can find yourself in that it's almost impossible. One group of people, or even a really large group of decent people who are playtesting with you, they can't really match having tens of thousands of people play the game, right? Because they're going to come up with ideas that other people don't. Those fringe things were like, oh, wait a minute, what about this? I'm like, well, nobody's noticed that before. Holy cow!
Well, there's the word of mouth thing too,
yeah.
Where it's kind of also a publicity sort of thing where it's like you get it out there so people can play it. People play it. They want to try it. They want to get their own book so they can look at it, so they can read it, so that they can try it, so that they can give feedback. And it just kind of spread like wildfire. And it did. Because I don't know anybody who didn't get that first playtest that was really interested into it. Everybody did, and convinced other people who weren't that interested to go and get the playtest and try it. And had that playtest not come out and just waited for the main book, I don't know if it would have done the same.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we would have had a big launch either way, but I think having that $10 entry point into getting in the book really did a lot of good for us. I mean, obviously, if we're all geniuses, we would have gotten right out the gate. But I have to tell you, and I've been doing game design for like 35 years, nobody ever gets it right straight out the gate, and that's one of the reasons you see second or third editions of games a lot of the time, or even fifth or sixth, whatever, is because as a game developer, you're never done tinkering with a game. You're always coming up with ways to make it better.
Yeah.
And they say games aren't finished, they're just published, right? At a certain point, somebody taps you on the shoulder and says, we need what you have because we're running out of money and we need to get this out of the market. And so let's put it out there. It's good. It's good. It's not perfect, but it's good. Let's get it out there and get it in front of a lot of people. And then we can try to build on and improve it from there. I mean, every book we've come out with since then, we've added more stuff to the game too, right? New rules and new things. And kind of building out the whole thing, because the main game is kind of like, it's this beautiful one trick house, right? It does everything it's supposed to do really well, but then there's all sorts of other things you can do, especially with the Marvel game, because they have so many different genres they tap into. And so every time we do another book, we're basically tapping into a whole different group of things that we try to theme around that book and build out the rules that make the game even better and stronger and more powerful for people. Hopefully.
Right. You mentioned the expansions that had come out so far. Who chooses what the expansion is and what goes in that? Do you get a call? Is there a meeting where you're all in a room going like, what should we come out with an expansion? Let's do X-Men, let's do Spider-Verse.
Well, basically I sit down on a Zoom call kind of like this with the guys from Marvel. My son Marty sits in with me. He does all the profiles and such for the game. And starting to write chapters of the game too, with the different expansions. And we sit around and say, okay, what do we think is going to be the next coolest thing? Not just from a gameplay point of view, but to be fair, like what's coming out from Marvel Studios that year, What's going to be the most exciting thing? What are people going to be excited about? Like, for instance, when the X-Men book came out last year, the X-Men 97 cartoon was being launched. I'm like, oh, that's great. We can kind of ride on the coattails of that. Now, because it's Marvel, you can ride on a lot of coattails, right? In the course of a year, you have a lot of choices. It's not just the one thing. But we sit down, we try to think, okay, what's the right thing to do here? And we also try to not do just what everybody expects, right? Because a lot of people would say, well, obviously you're doing an Avengers book first. I'm like, maybe not. Maybe we should do an X-Men book first. Maybe we should do a Spider-Verse book. Let's do the things that we're passionate about, that we think give us different and interesting ways to build out the game. And then if we want to do a book like that, we can come around to it later, right? Or we might decide we don't need that kind of book. Maybe we want to do something else. So we actually have a 5-year plan that's been written out. And like every other plan, once it meets contact with reality, it shatters. And, we reboot it and we redo it and revise it as we have to over and over again, just to make sure that we have this idea, this direction we want to go in. And right now, even though we're only 2 years into the game, not even 2 years into the game, a year and a half into the actual game, because it came out summer of 23, August of 23. We've already got more books out than any other version of the game since the original Yellow Box game, right? Because all the other versions of the game had unfortunate, sad fates where they only got like the basic book or the basic set and then crashed after that for whatever reason. And they all had separate, different reasons. But I mean, the fact that we're still going, a year and a half into it, and still have plans for another 2 books coming out and more after that, that tells me we're doing something right here. It's a vibrant game. We have more people getting into it all the time. And I'm pretty excited about it. It's easy for me as a freelancer to say, well, I'll just wander off and do something else. But I mean, honestly, if the money is right and everything's good, I would write Marvel games forever. I love doing Marvel stuff. It's one of my favorite things of all time. So when somebody comes up to you and says, do you want to do a Marvel role-playing game? You're like, 2 of my favorite things? Come on. Yeah, of course I do. So, I cannot hear you at all. What have I done? I don't.
That was me. That was on me.
Good. It wasn't
Lost
me.
my voice.
Yay.
I was coughing and I muted myself and didn't unmute myself from the cough.
Good. I'm sitting there going, oh no, what have I done?
No, it wasn't on you. It was on me. On me. And we'll leave this all in. We'll leave it all in.
Fair
You
enough.
kind of have a history with Marvel though, too, right? So, like you mentioned that last time.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a lot of stuff with Marvel over the years. I wrote 2 editions of the Marvel Encyclopedia. I wrote an Avengers Encyclopedia. I've written some of their official Marvel handbook stuff. Worked on a couple different Marvel video games, just doing dialogue for different characters. I worked on I had a game called Marvel Heroes Battle Dice, which came out from Playmates Toys back around almost 20 years ago now, maybe longer. Jeez. But that was a lot of fun too. So a lot of, I've been doing comic book work even since before that. The guy who actually got me into doing this game was a guy named John Nee, who was a publisher of Marvel Comics at the time. I had met John when I was working on the Wildstorms collectible card game way back in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
And he had brought me on for that. And so we kept in touch over the years and been friends. So when he was looking for somebody to do the role-playing game, he says, Matt, are you interested at all? I'm like, just grabbed him, said, didn't let go. Said, John, yes, we're going to do this. I still see John every year at Comic-Con at different places. He's a wonderful guy.
That's great. You've mentioned in the past, whether it's here or other places, that your kind of foot in the door or your big draw to the Marvel was Spider-Man, correct?
Oh, for sure. Definitely.
What was it like to come up with the Spider-Verse, this new book for you?
I tell you, one of the funny things is once you get a job and you're doing something or a gig like this and you're like, all right, I got to get down and do this. And, anytime you have to do something, it sucks some of the fun out of it, right? It's, it's like, if your teacher assigns your favorite book for you or your favorite author for you for a class, and you're like, okay, now I have to read this. It takes some of the fun out of it. But I'll tell you, I was Dan Slott was on, I think, Facebook or Twitter or some such, and Dan's been writing Spider-Man for umpteen years now. And he says, a lot of mornings I just remind myself I don't have to write Spider-Man. I get to write Spider-Man. I'm like, yes, this is. So I embraced that as hard as I could. Whenever I could, I'm like, this is exactly what I want to feel like. I wake up, I get to the desk, I'm like, okay, I get to write Spider-Man now. I get to read more Spider-Man comics. I get to think about how Spider-Man does things. And, not just Spider-Man, Peter Parker, but Miles Morales and all the other ones and all the different characters in the Spider-Verse, including Ghost Spider, et cetera, et cetera. So, these guys have really built it out from just one character these days, including the movies and everything else. So it's been a real delight to be able to plunge into that. You know, a lot of this stuff I already knew. Ken Hite once, I was at a convention with him, and somebody said, "How long did it take you to do the research of the Marvel Encyclopedia?" And Ken leans over and says, "Just his whole life," right? So, because this, as a fan, that's what you've been doing. I've been consuming this stuff since I was a young child, and it's great to go back and revisit stuff, some of which I hadn't read in decades, and to be able to just indulge in it all over again. It's been a lot of fun.
Do they send you for free all of the comics, or do you have to go buy them?
Oh no, I get Marvel Unlimited, which gives you like tons of. By the way, I'm going to plug Marvel Unlimited.
Yeah, do it.
Such a great damn deal. If you're interested in Marvel comics, I think over the holidays it was like $50 a year. Now it's like $70 a year, which still, I could drop $70 walk into a comic book shop on any given week, right? So this gives you a full year subscription to Marvel Unlimited, which gets you all of the comics Marvel has published up to the last 3 months. So if something comes out, then 3 months later it shows up on Marvel Unlimited. And it's not all of them, because there's some pockets they're still scanning from the dark ages of the 70s and 80s and such. But those are coming in too every week. You get more stuff every week. So if you're interested in Marvel comics and you want to read more of them and about them, it's a great way to go, right? And I actually just love just sitting there and read. New stuff comes out every week. Now they also end up giving me anything else I need. So if there's like, hey, we're working the Spider-Verse book, they're like, here's all the new Spider-Verse stuff coming out for the next few months. In fact, here's some scripts for stuff that hasn't come out yet. When we were working on the X-Men book, for instance, they actually sent me some early stuff that was like, this is what they're thinking about for the new line after Krakoa falls, right? So to give you some ideas about where it's going to go. One of the things about doing a book like this is you never know, at some point the book ships and the comics keep going, so they're going to go beyond it, right? And it might take 6 to 9 months for when you're done for the book to actually come out. So things are going to be beyond that. It's okay. And then the book will be out there for years probably before you come back and revisit this. So 5 years from now, somebody's going to go, wait, they haven't talked about all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, we did what we could at the time. But we try to keep things as up to date as we humanly can. So Brian Overson over there always sends me out things. If I have any requests, he's like, yeah, here you go. They got a service that just basically sends you PDFs or whatever they need. And it works really well. So they've been great guys to work with. And, sometimes if I have a question, they'll ask the editor on that book and say, hey, what did you mean by this? Or what's going on here? Or what are the plans here? Do we need to deal with this? And sometimes the answer is, yes, this is very important. And other times like, nah, you can just glide by that and move on to the next thing. So.
Yeah. Let's go back to the Spider-Verse book. What's in it? What can we expect? What can you talk about?
What can I talk about? Nothing that Marvel hasn't already said. That's how it works. But I mean, there's been some stuff we've already talked about. There's some, I think we mentioned we have gadget pools are coming up in it, and it's tons and tons of stuff about the different Spider-Verses. I don't even think we've mentioned. We have a couple other writers who've joined us on this one, so I probably shouldn't mention their names quite. Maybe we can. I don't know. If it's been online, I can. But
no, don't worry about it. You don't.
So,
if you're not sure, don't do it. Don't get us in. Exactly. We don't need to get in trouble.
Exactly.
We don't need to get me in trouble. You'll probably be fine.
No. They'll come up and say, "What the heck?" It'll be a slap on the wrist. But I try to be respectful of the PR department and not slip loose things that they would rather, put a bow on and present to the public in their respective time.
Yeah.
Right. That's their job. These guys really know what they're doing. These people are fantastic about it. Marvel's got a great PR team, if you're listening. And I'm always really thrilled to work with them. So I don't want to step on anybody's toes.
Right. And I do that very much the same way. I'm like, I'm not here for the scoop. I'm just here to have a good story and talk. A good scoop is great, but if it's just like a bland, we got this, whatever. It's like, I'd rather just talk and have a story, have fun. Exactly. So.
I mean, the Spider-Verse book is going to have a lot of really good stuff in it. It's going to have... none of the expansions we do have adventures in them, I'll tell you that. We do adventures separately if and when we do them. Because we want them to be more timeless, right? Things that are like, you're going to buy this book and you're going to have this stuff and you're going to have the rules and the history and all this other great stuff and tons of profiles, usually 80 to 100 profiles in each book. So you can go and just take these characters and play with them. But we don't really want to do adventures in those because they tend to, once you've played them, then you're done. That section of the book you just want to throw away, or not have. And so those things that you're going to churn through quickly, as opposed to using as reference material, we'd rather have someplace separate, right? I know not every designer in the world agrees with me. We've had conventions where people go, should there be an adventure in the core book? And I'm like, no. And they're like, I'm like, I think the core book should be the core book. You should have an adventure that comes out at the same time that people can play. You should have other adventures that show people what you're going to do. But I don't think they're always particularly useful in a core book. And I think they take up a lot of space that could otherwise be used for things that are more pertinent to what people are going to need over the long run. So that's also thinking long run as opposed to let's hook them in now, right?
Right.
And when we were doing the Marvel game, we always wanted to think long run. We want to think, okay, if this game's going to be out for 5 or 10 years or longer, how do we want people to look at this 5 or 10 years from now, as opposed to just now?
Yeah.
Obviously, we want people to buy it and enjoy it at the moment, but we also want people to be able to use it for years and years and years.
Speaking of the time frame, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there have been multiple iterations of a lot of these characters.
Sure.
How does the game tackle? Do you get the option of being like, I want to play 1960s Spider-Man versus,
Oh, sure.
1990 Spider-Man? You get to see
most
those...
of the stuff we focus on is going to be the current day stuff, right? But, in the Spider-Man book, like for instance, I know we released the entire character list, so I can talk about this. We have rules for an early, starting out Spider-Man from when he was just, in high school. So we have a profile for that. We have a profile for Miles without these actually, since the core book came out, he's developed a few more powers from Miles Morales. So we've actually got a new profile for him that encompasses that stuff. We even have a couple of versions of the characters from the Insomniac games, right? So the video games that came out from Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, we have some versions of the characters from that. So you can play those versions too. And one of the reasons we did a complete character creation system in the game is so if you have a version of the character you want to play, we want you to make it up. We totally encourage people to go do that, right? One of the biggest fights we had, argument, whatever, disagreements about the game at one point was like, Daredevil should be, what rank should Daredevil be, right? He's a character that's beloved by many. A lot of people love the TV show. And I'm like, yeah, but he's really just a blind guy whose powers help him overcome being blind. He's a really kick-butt martial artist. Not really, powerful in the sense of Spider-Man or even Wolverine or whatever. So I had him in a rank 2. And they're like, no, he's got to be a rank 3 or rank 4. I'm like, no, rank 2. Besides which, we need some rank 2 heroes. We need to show people how to do this. But so we did that. But I mean, the trick with Daredevil is, the Frank Miller Daredevil is different from the Stan Lee Daredevil.
Right.
The Chip Zdarsky Daredevil is different from Brian Michael Bendis Daredevil. So go make your own version. Find the one that you love the most and tweak it to your own taste, right? That's why the character creation rules are there. We're just trying to provide you with examples. And, honestly, I could probably fill a whole book with different Peter Parker Spider-Man, much less all the other Spider-Verse characters.
Right, exactly. So one of the reasons I thought about that, I was like, with the Spider-Verse, nobody knows what's in it. But yeah, how does it tackle that thing? On a similar note, because I want to get your opinion, because you're a big Spider-Man fan, what did you think of No Way Home?
I loved it. I love all the Spider-Man movies, right? No Way Home was a lot more fun for me because of all the different multiversal stuff, right? Which really taps into what we're doing here.
Right.
When I first came up with the title for the game, for the multiverse game, I was actually just pitching a bunch of stuff. And they're like, oh, Marvel Multiverse, you say? And I was actually just ripping off the Marvel Universe game that came out in 2001.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, you should go with that. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay, sure. But it worked out pretty fortuitously, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of stuff. I mean, plus, I loved all those movies, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield and all those, going all the way back. I mean, I remember days when you would pray for a good superhero movie to come along because there weren't any at all. I mean, we may have a deluge of wonderful things nowadays, but that's a veritable feast from which you can pick and choose, and that's a fantastic thing. So to see something where they bring in all that history, all the different things you've seen, and then bind them together in a way that you can actually feel like they're important to the plot that's going on right there, care about them, that's fantastic. I love that stuff.
As much as I loved how they brought the first Avengers movie together and brought all those characters together, I felt like, and I still feel like No Way Home did that, but better, in my opinion, because it just felt special. It felt way more special to bring all those characters in and what they did and the stories they told, not just on an overall arc, but everybody's individual character story.
Yeah, I think part of it, though, is that the Avengers are a team, right? They're like, you walk in, it's like a football team coming up at you, right? Just so you can love the individual members of the team, you can love them as a team overall, but it's a major force coming at you. Whereas Spider-Man is one dude. Now it's more people because of all the different Spider-Verse stuff, but it's one guy, and it's very intimate in that sense, right? You're thinking about different versions of Peter Parker that you've loved over the years, and here comes Pete, or the Pete from the '80s, and the Pete from the '90s, and the Pete from the aughts, and whatever. And suddenly you get to have all of it. But because it's one person, it's a much more intimate thing, I think, right? You have a different relationship with it than you do when it's just this massive team that comes in like that.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned earlier that your son was working with you on some of the multiverse stuff as well as other things. What is that like, working with your son on all of these different projects?
It's actually fantastic. The first time he said he wanted to do it when he got out of college,
Go no further.
sure, right? Because the creative life, doing things creatively for a living, is hard. And it's not just because he didn't have the skills or the talents, which he clearly did. And obviously, he had me to help him out and coach him and all that kind of stuff, and teach him the ropes of the business. But I mean, I've seen so many of my friends over the years, over the decades, who got into it and then burnt out or got burned on something and left. And they were, some of them are, not happy about it. They're bitter about it because it changes your relationship with your creativity and how you feel about what you're doing. I didn't want them to have to go through that.
Yeah.
Fortunately, on the other hand, I don't think that's a good reason to not give it a shot, right? I think when I'm talking to other people about it, I always try to say, start out when you're young, give it a shot when you're young, because it's a lot easier to try it when you don't have a mortgage or a spouse or kids or car payments or other people relying on you generally, right?
Right.
You can live cheaply, you can devote yourself to this, you can give it all your all, and then if it doesn't work, you can go on and do whatever the heck else your life comes to, right? And there's no shame in whatever, you gave it a shot. Sometimes things don't work. A lot of luck goes into this. It's not a reflection upon you as a human being or your talent or skill when things don't work out. Sometimes it just doesn't work. A lot of times it just doesn't work, right? And I've been really fortunate in my life to have a lot of really good mentors and be lucky to be in the right place at the right time. Doesn't mean I don't work hard, but I also realize that a lot of it is just, blind fortune, right? Now, in Marty's sense, I can kick the doors open for him, so that helps quite a bit. Nepotism 101, right? But it's also like he doesn't quite have the hustle I had because I'm really an extrovert, right? When it comes to that, I'll go knock on doors and say, hey, you need to give me work, which I haven't had to do for like 10, 12 years nowadays, which is kind of nice. But now when people call me up and they say, would you like to have work on this project, I can say, I'd love to, but I don't have the time. But my son here, he's awesome, and I'll make sure he does a great job. He's actually really easy to edit. He does fantastic work. In fact, we had that thing happen for a World of Warcraft book. Dark Horse Comics contacted me and said, are you interested in writing World of Warcraft Chronicle 4, which is one of these big, thick coffee table books they do.
Yeah.
It's fully illustrated. They had done 3 in-house, and they had finally licensed out the 4th one to Dark Horse to do it. And I said, no, actually, I don't know enough about it or really love World of Warcraft enough. I didn't play it really all that much. I mean, I tried it a few times.
Yeah.
But Marty had been playing it for years on and on. And I said, well, but Marty, are you interested? He's like, yes, I'll do that. So, and I said, would you guys be okay if I bring him in to do the work and I make sure it's good and whatever? And he wrote like 90 to 95% of that book and did a bang-up job with it.
Yeah.
And then we got to go Sunday at Comic-Con last year, the Dark Horse Comics group, right? The two of us, which was fantastic fun. Although the best part for me was when people would come up and they're like, that and Marty Forbeck, and they look at us and go, are you guys brothers? And he would just cringe into a tiny hole, right? Just go, oh my God, I don't look that old. I'm like, thank you. This happened 3 times during the signing. I was like,
wow.
Thank you. So that was my big pleasure and delight to see that happen. I still give him a hard time over it. So.
It's not that he looks older; it's that you look younger. That's
what I keep trying to tell him, right? So it's like, yeah, we actually did have a hell of a day getting there. Our flights got canceled. We ended up getting booked into LA instead of San Diego, and we got on the last 2 standby seats to get to San Diego, and they had actually bumped our signing back 2 hours so we could get to it in time. And so, we were both a little haggard at this point, going, oh, geez, it's been a long day. So I don't blame him for looking a little tired at that point. But we had a ball. It was a great time. We ended up hanging out with the Marvel guys, too, and doing some stuff with UC San Diego, who's been doing some stuff with my Shotgun Sorcery property, which is a D&D setting, and novels and comics and other shit.
And now you got Minecraft.
Yes, we do Minecraft too. I've done a couple different novels for Minecraft. I did one for Minecraft Dungeons and Minecraft Legends. And then they asked me if I was interested in doing a Minecraft game book, which is actually kind of like a choose your own adventure, but with dice.
Yeah. It's not quite a role play, but it kind of is.
Yeah, you can use it as a role play. I mean, if you wanted to sit down and have, like a parent and a child could really do, I'm going to read through this, then we'll play this part together, and then I'll read the next section, depending on where it tells us where to go, right?
Yeah.
So you can certainly do one-on-one role playing with it. Although it's not your traditional role playing in the sense that, it doesn't have like, I guess you do kind of build a character, but I mean, you don't have like your dungeon master or whatever, your Minecraft saying, or your craft master. That's what it should be, right? So,
there you go, craft master.
Saying, here's the adventure I just came up with. You could. I mean, there's nothing stopping anybody. In fact, I encourage that kind of creativity. But it's basically, choose your own adventure, but then you get to certain points and use dice. Kind of like the old Death Trap dungeon stuff, the old stuff that Ian Livingston did back in the day.
Yeah.
Which, I was a big fan of as well. So even going back to Rose Estes doing the original Endless Quest books, right, which didn't have dice. Those were pick-a-path books, but still great fun and very inspiring. And so that book's going to come out in July, I think. It's going to be kind of interesting because it's going to be a hardcover book. I think it's hardcover. It'll come with actually 4 dice packed in with it, right? I'm not even sure how they're going to do it because I haven't actually seen it yet. So we'll see. We'll all get to learn together. They've assured me that the people doing production all know what they're doing and it's going to look fantastic. But the cover looks great. The game looks like a lot of fun. I hope everybody enjoys it when it comes out. But for that, I basically did the logic stuff and outlined things out. And then I said, okay, Marty, I'm going to give you this section, and I'm going to write this section, and then we'll make sure they all line up together, right? And he did a great job with it again. So it's been really fun to work with him, right? It's kind of strange thinking about being a game designer and writer as a family business, but it's almost like Forbeck and Son on the side of the van as we pull up to your place and break out the dice.
Right, that's great. What is it like, dynamic-wise? If there's something that's not right, is there a do you have to separate father and son and just this is work?
Oh,
or can you do them both, or how does that work out? Because
I have trained
my
children I've trained my children to not be afraid of me. So when I'm wrong, he's not shy about telling me. He's like, no, I think, well, yeah, we try to both be respectful, right? I mean, we've got a good relationship with each other and always have. I hopefully have with all my kids, but I mean, the idea being that I'm here to listen. If it's my project, it has my name on it, I get to have the final say. Right? Over statesman or something.
No,
but that doesn't mean I don't want to listen to what you're saying, and then I'm going to explain to you why I think you're wrong, and we're going to come to an agreement about who is right or what the right path to take is. Because again, it's not really about who is right. You shouldn't be. When people are working on a creative project, they tend to take it very personally because they see themselves in it, right? But it's not about you. It's not about your ego. It's about the work. It's about the finished project, right? That's what the only thing people really care about is the finished project. They don't care about who decided what or what came to where or whatever. They only talk about the finished project. If you're in a creative writing class, you turn in a paper, you get bad feedback. You think, oh, people hate me. They don't hate you. They just didn't like what you did that one time, right? So again, when we're working over this stuff, it's not about winning an argument or being right or wrong. It's about what's best for the project, right? And that's one of the things Marty and I have really embraced the Marvel stuff too. Like a lot of the great ideas come from within Marvel too. Sometimes it's playtesters that come with great ideas. I am really just a custodian of that, right? I'm not here to say I'm brilliant and you guys should all whatever. It's like no. Part of it, especially in game design, the line between fan and professional is really fuzzy, right? We all start out as fans. I go to games, conventions and play games myself. I play tons of games. So there's, when you're running a game line or being part of a game line, it's really just a matter of being a caretaker for what's happening, as opposed to being, and trying to lead the direction of some of this, but not really being like, handing down tablets from the top of the mountain and saying, this is what it is, peons, enjoy. It's nothing like that. So when I'm working with Marty, it's also the same thing. He says, what about this? Like we just had a conversation today about this weapon that a character is going to be using in an upcoming book. And how do we look at this? How is it going to work in the system? What does he think? What do I think? And do we need to ask the editors over Marvel about this? Which was actually what we ended up doing. And then we'll take their feedback on that. And they ended up sending us comic books that we needed to be able to read that we weren't even out yet. so we could figure out what the answer to this question was. But you know, our normal daily stuff is very smooth and easy. Marty does great work. It's very easy to work with, and doesn't complain when I edit his stuff, so it works out pretty well. So, in one sense, though, like I work with other writers too on the line, and I'm always like, "Yeah, Marty's doing great. Look what he's doing compared to these guys." Well, I'm like, "Yeah, but I've been coaching him since he was like 5.
Right.
Right. Do things the way I like it to be done." So that's probably why he's hitting that mark really well every time. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you guys play video games together as well?
We do. He doesn't live in the house anymore, although he moved away to Appleton a couple years ago and then just moved back to Beloit, where I am right now, back in October. So we don't do as much video game stuff. Like, I'm not a big multiplayer video game guy, but he'll recommend stuff for me. Like, he got me hooked on the Like a Dragon, the Yakuza games, which I freaking adore. And I've played every one of them just all the way through 100% of everything because I just love them. So we don't play games like that together. Usually when we get together with the family, we'll play tabletop games, right? So we actually, when he and his wife moved back to town, we ended up starting out Thursday night game nights. So we do Thursday night games where I make pizza for the family, and then whoever wants to play games plays games until everybody wants to go home. So, and sometimes we pick things that we just are interested in. Other times we work on things. Like Patrick, we're actually bringing in a project right now too. My eldest, well, one of the quadruplets, got a degree in game design back in May. And he's still looking for a job in that field because it's a very hard field right now. There's like
right now it's really difficult.
Tens of thousands of layoffs. There's about 10,000 layoffs every year for the last 3 years. So it's very hard to find a job in. So we're corralling him and helping us out with some of the tabletop stuff. So sometimes for game night, we'll sit down and say, we need to play this so we know what we're doing, or we need to play test this thing we're working on. And other times it's like, no, we're playing, Martian Dice and Love Letter. And we played Skull the other night, which turns out to be a really fun little bluffing game. That my kid Helen is sometimes struggles with some of the games, but with Skull, like, smacked us around. Like won the first 2 out of the 3 games. We're like, Helen, what the heck? So, and it's always a good sport for any kind of game we're playing too. So it's great.
So when you guys were working on Minecraft, did you play a lot of Minecraft on the side and be like, just to get in the groove?
You know what? I am not a great Minecraft player, to be honest with you. My kids play a lot more than I do. But the funny part is, like, all my kids will play it together. Like, Patrick has actually set up a private server, and they all play whatever mods they want to play. And if I have any questions about the property, like, I'm like, does it work like this? I think it works like this. I've played through Dungeons, and I've played some Legends and all this kind of stuff. And I played some of the basic Bedrock and Java games and all that. But, I'm not a hardcore Minecraft addict like some of them are. So when I have a question, of course, there's wikis and stuff you can go to. There's really nothing like actually playing the game and seeing it done in front of you.
Right.
So I'll go over and pick on Nicholas. I say, Nicholas, how does this work? He goes, oh, Dad, let me show you. It's great to have them as a resource for all that stuff.
That's great. What are your thoughts on there's a new game that just came out, new video game that just came out, and I know that you have done some stuff with it, because from what I read, there is a little add-on for Marvel Rivals.
Yes, I haven't done anything with the video game, and I have not played the video game yet.
Okay.
Patrick and Marty have both played the hell out of it and had a great time with it. I'm actually eager to get it. I have it installed on my Xbox right now, but I haven't actually pulled the trigger on it because I've been working on deadlines and other stuff. So
yeah.
In fact, I haven't played a whole lot of video games the last 3 months because I've been working on trying to catch deadlines. I know, it's kind of like, stuff, I want to have fun. But on the other hand, bills got to be paid, and more to the point, I have people relying on me to turn things in, so I'm not the bottleneck in the process. But yeah, the Marvel Rival stuff was mostly done in-house, so it was Amir and CG and Brian who did a lot of that stuff. And part of the neat thing about that is that the Marvel Games desk, right, that's in the office, is like right next to theirs, right? There's like an office that's like, they could practically throw a tennis ball at it.
Oh, nice.
So when they have an idea for something, they could say, hey, guys, and just step into the office wherever and talk to them about it, or go out to lunch and jaw about it for a bit. So I think that's where the Marvel Rivals thing came from. And also having done the stuff with Insomniac for the Marvels, for the Spider-Verse expansion, I think you might end up seeing more of that kind of stuff in the future. Really, it's just a good working relationship. That's the kind of thing. I'm not a big fan of like people having to go into the office or anything like that, but that's the kind of thing where because you're sitting next to somebody who you're working on this kind of stuff with, you can just kind of tap them and say, hey, can you help me out with this? And the ideas just spring out of that.
That's super awesome. I thought it was so cool when they were like, yeah, we're gonna release some of these characters from Rivals for the multiverse.
Yeah.
It's like that is super cool. That is, and it's so timely too to get in on that, a little bit of a crossover genre for things. So
No, and the neat thing about it is because you're just doing it online for free as a promotional thing, it's you don't have to worry about print times and all this kind of stuff and solicitations, whatever. It's just like, hey guys, we have an idea for something fun. Let's do something fun together. And that's one of the things I really like about these guys. It's not just about, obviously, we want to make money at it because otherwise we can't keep doing this, right?
Right.
We want people to buy this stuff, whatever.
Needs
But it's
to be
also about
sustainable.
making sure everybody's having fun.
yeah. I want to end today's show with us. Obviously, we've got the Q&A at the end afterwards, but I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the Diana Jones Award, what it is, what people can get from that, just tell us about it.
All right, so for more information, I'll lead off with that. Go to dianajonesaward.org. We are currently a 501c3 nonprofit, and you can actually donate to us as a tax write-off for yourself if you can, right? But it started out, the Diana Jones Award is a trophy that was originally a pub trophy that was traded back and forth between the ex-TSR UK guys and Games Workshop back in the 80s, I think. And it was constructed from when TSR UK got shut down. The guys there took some of the stuff that was in the warehouse and burned it, including a copy of the Indiana Jones role-playing game. And the only part of the logo that was still legible was the part that said Diana Jones. So they took that and encased it in a plexiglass pyramid and put it on a wooden base and called it the Diana Jones Award. And they put this back and forth as a trivia trophy for pub trivia trophy, essentially, for years. And then it just kind of disappeared into the bowels of Games Workshop at one point, I believe. And James Wallace ended up with it. And James is this great game designer. He's done tons of great story games, Once Upon a Time, and The Extraordinary Adventures of Baron Munchausen, many other things, Las Vegas, etc. And he's like, I have a trophy here. I should do something with it. So he got a group of game designers together, mostly role-playing gamers from, I guess, about 2000 is when it happened. And he said, we're going to give out an award for excellence. And it's just whatever we define it to be, and we're going to have fun. And he gave it away. I was on the original group, and he said, he came to Gen Con that year and said, Matt, can I give out the trophy at your party? Because I actually was my 33rd birthday party and my 20th Gen Con was on Gen Con Saturday that year. And I said, sure, that'd be fun. What the hell? And we ended up giving it to Peter Atkinson, who is the founder of Wizards of the Coast, and then later the owner of Gen Con and everything else. And it went over so well that people said, you should do this every year. I'm like, well, that's great, except I'm not going to fund the party every year. But so after that, we just kind of passed around a hat. Now it happened for beer money, essentially, drink tickets. And, nobody has to drink. We have fun without alcohol, too, all kinds. But we have now Wednesday night before Gen Con every year for the last 24 years now. We have done this party, except for during COVID, obviously, and given out an award. So, been a lot of fun. I'm kind of stunned that it's still going. We usually have 400 or 500 people show up from the gaming industry. It's open to gaming industry people only, but still there's quite a few people in that now. And it's kind of like what you do when you go and you set up your booth, and then you're done, you have some dinner, and then you go and hang out with your friends and eat. And we, everybody chats and talks, has a drink if they like, and then we give out the award. One of the neat things we've done over the last few years, we started this thing called the Emerging Designer Program.
Yeah.
An idea that Ken Hite came up with. And then we turned over to Camden, so the idea was essentially, Camden Wright, the idea was to come up with a way to use this notoriety we've had and this attention that we have and turn the focus on people who might be able to use it better than some of us old farts who've been doing this for 20 years, right? So we find people in the first 3 years of their start in the adventure gaming industry, tabletop stuff, and then say, and have them apply or be nominated for it. And then we pick, usually it's been anywhere from 1 to 4 of them, and we fly them out to Gen Con, we get them a badge, we get them a room, we give them an honorarium of a couple $1,000, and then we put them up on the stage and say, hey people, these are the new emerging designers we want to focus on this year. And we even have a table in the convention hall where you can go play their games with them, right? And it's really been a neat way to kind of take people that otherwise normally wouldn't be able to get to Gen Con, or maybe are from communities that aren't traditionally part of game design, like we flew a woman from China a couple years ago, and bring them in for this kind of stuff. just so we can try to broaden the tent, so to speak, and make it better for everybody. And I've been really excited about it. I mean, I remember walking around Gen Con about 10, 15 years ago before, right when 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons was going, but 5th hadn't started. I'm going around thinking, man, it's kind of stagnating here. We're just seeing a lot of old people, not a lot of young people. And I want to see more young people, because if you have young people coming into your hobby, you have a thriving hobby, you have a thriving business you can build it. But otherwise, you end up being model railroading guys. It's like grandpa's in the basement and nobody's doing this stuff anymore. I'm sure, yeah, I'm going to get letters from model railroad. Because I'm sure there's a vibrant community that I'm just not aware of.
There is.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I know a lot of that crosses over with games. And actually, when we were starting out, we used to go to the Remote Control Toy and Hobby Association RICTA shows to sell games, because the guys who did model railroads also did like miniatures, and those would work with miniatures for different games,
Yeah.
etc. So, I mean, there's, anyhow, I'm not trying to slag anybody, is what I'm saying, but I wanted to see fresh people, fresh faces coming into the industry to make sure that it would continue to grow and not just become something that we thought, oh yeah, I used to do that when I was a kid, kind of a thing, right?
Right.
And honestly, 5th edition's done a lot of good for that. Hopefully the Diana Jones Award, especially with the Emerging Designer Program, is doing it as well. We've got a couple of great sponsors that have helped us out with that. We have, well, for one, Aaron Trammell, who works at UC Irvine, has helped out Camden quite a bit over the last couple of years while Camden's been struggling with some health issues, and running the program with him and doing some great stuff. But we have the Bundle of Holding and Gen Con have been major benefactors for us. Alan Varnier runs the Bundle of Holding, which I actually helped him set up way back in the day. He ran the first few of them through my PayPal account, because he didn't have one for himself at the time. And later on, he's like, Matt, you know, as soon as you become a 501c3, we can make you one of the charities that we have people donate to when we run our bundles. I said, great. So that's one of the reasons we did that. And then, you know, suddenly we got a much bigger budget than we had before to help bring these people out and enjoy Gen Con with us. And a big thanks to Alan and his wife, Beth, for helping us out with that. And to all the other people who have donated to it over the last few years as well. It's been kind of amazing. Suddenly I found myself the president of a 501c3 with a board of directors. And I'm like, I don't know how I got here from, you know, basically having a birthday party at Gen Con 30 or 20 some years ago. So.
Yeah, it's a cool story and it's a cool organization. And when I had you on before and you talked about it and you invited me to the party, and I was like, this is so cool. And I made it, I said, every year, the winner I'm having on every year.
That's awesome.
That's my goal. So we've been doing that, and I look forward to continue to do that. And hopefully I can get to Gen Con this year and come and say hi in person and join with all the fun. So.
Now, I love Gen Con. It's my favorite time of year. I've been bringing my kids since they were 10 years old, and we just love it. It's for me, it's a family reunion and friends reunion and a business time and a big party and everything all wrapped together in one. Christmas is the only thing that comes close to it, right?
Yeah. Everybody that wants to know, Gen Con is July 31st through August 3rd. That's in Indianapolis. Of course, you can also find Matt at Gary Con, March 20th through the 23rd. And that's in Lake Geneva, correct?
It is. That's Gary's kids started that. Gary died, I guess it'll be 16 years ago coming this year, 16 or 17, I forget. I had worked for Gary when I was in high school or college. I'd worked for him when I was in college as a freelancer for New Infinities. So I went to his funeral. But after his funeral, we all had a big reception at the American Legion Hall in downtown Lake Geneva and played games. And the family, everybody said, we should do this again, kind of like the Diana Jones Award.
Right.
And the family was like, yeah, you're right, we should do this. And now they have this massive convention that basically they constantly sell out and use the biggest venue in Lake Geneva now, the Geneva Grand. And it's a wonderful, wonderful event. Lots and lots of fun, especially if you like old school D&D.
Yeah.
But it also has lots of other great stuff there too. So be there if you can.
It's great. You're going to be at WonderCon basically the week after that. That's March 28th and 30th in Anaheim.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy month.
Yeah.
They actually emailed me and said, I'm excited about that. I'm going to be a guest of honor, a special guest at a very large comic convention that's run by the same people who run San Diego Comic-Con, Comic-Con International. So I'm excited about that. I feel very strongly for all the people in LA right now. That convention's in Anaheim. And oh, my heart's with all you. I mean, I know it's a hard time with seems like half the city burning at the moment, right?
Yeah, anybody listening, go ahead.
Stay safe, it's better for it,
Yeah, donate to Red Cross. I know that they help all of those people. I know I had a small fire and lost my home when I was younger, and Red Cross was
Wow.
there for me immediately.
That's fantastic.
So definitely Red Cross, go and help them out, give donations. They are a really huge factor in helping all the people in California right now. So we can find you on social media. Your website is forbeck.com.
Yep, forbeck.com. Come there and find me. You can email me. You can find me on social media. I join just about every social media when it starts, just because I want to make sure I get my name. You know?
Yeah. You're on Facebook, /Forbeck, Blue Sky, forbeck.com. I got to find out how you didn't get the BSK dot blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
You got how the heck did you do that?
That's how they do their verification, right? I was actually, like, they just, a couple months ago or whatever said, we've gotten this many members. This is what, how early you were. I was like user 3,500 now out of the several million they have, or a few million they have.
Oh, wow.
Because I just signed on immediately when in fact, I got on there before they actually you had to get an invitation.
You got to get a code. Yeah, I had an invite code probably 3 months before they opened it up.
Yeah, exactly. And so they, even before they're giving out invite codes, they had a spot on the website where you would say, "Hey, are you interested? Can you put your email here?" And so before that, even I got an invite directly from them.
Nice.
It was so one of the alpha points for doing that kind of stuff, which was neat.
Okay.
But the way you do it is you have to put some code on your website through your DNS server that will actually allow them to confirm that you, who own that account, are connected to whatever website it is.
Oh, okay.
Right? And so it's not that technical. I do a little bit of my own web coding. It's all WordPress and such.
Yeah.
So I was able to figure out myself and do it pretty easily. And that means that, somebody out there could probably say they were forbeck.bluesky or whatever. Hopefully one of my kids will. We did that for the Diana Jones Award. So it's dianajonesaward.org as opposed to whatever. And forbeck.com again, because that way you can verify that it's me as opposed to somebody else.
Yeah, that's great. Great idea. I'll have to look into that. Also on Instagram and Threads, M4Beck. You're on LinkedIn, Forbeck. You're everywhere, just like you said, everywhere.
Well, part of making a living is making sure people know where to find you and how to give you work. So that's a good thing.
Anybody needs somebody to design all your games, this is the guy. This is the guy. You can get in contact with him there. And he's got nothing on his schedule, right? You've got nothing going on?
I got nothing. It's funny, actually, about every year, about November, I start going, oh man, I'm kind of running off the edge of the treadmill. I'm not sure if we're going to have enough work come February or whatever. And then by the end of November, I'm like, oh my God, I got so much work, I don't know what to do. And then tax time comes around. I'm like, I don't have time. File the extension. So I always end up doing my taxes in like October or September.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts, but it's just, you have to try to figure out, is this something I need to do now or something I can push off? So things that can be pushed off get pushed off, and things that need to be done get done.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. We're going to do the live stream Q&A in just a second. Before we do that, though, I want to talk about coming up someone else who's worked on Marvel, some D&D. He's been on Dimension 20, writer, actor, GM. B. Dave Walters is going to be joining us. That's going to be live at January 27th. That podcast will be available on the 28th. Of course, still to come, Carlos Cabrera, Jim Zub, and returning to Epic Realms, the one and only author, Kevin Hearn, is going to be joining us as well. So make sure to follow, rate, review, push all of those buttons. Make sure you get notifications from when we go live. So thank you, Matt Forbeck. Thank you for everybody watching. Thank you so much. Have a great night, and thank you for listening to Epic Realms.
But there's books like Stuart Wood's Eurogames, or there's one called It's Only a Game, and I'm trying to remember who the author is of that one. But anyway, there's really some, and Playing at the World, of course, by John Peterson, which is a remarkable book on the history of D&D. These are all fantastic books to read, but they don't really talk about making game. They just kind of talk about how the games were made, but not about how you would go about doing it yourself. So when it came to writing Your Turn, I'm like, well, there's definitely I think there's a need for a book that walks people through, whether they're a novice or a veteran, walks them through designing games. Like what is the creative process of designing a game? And then how do you go about taking an idea and changing it so that it's your own? And so Your Turn is filled with, it's got lists of mechanics like those other books, and it's got some history in it like those other books, and it's got there's no interviews or anything in it, but it does have Essentially it's a workbook. There's lots of space to write in and kind of write things down. And what the kind of the main thesis of the book is that the best way to learn something is to copy, and there's no sin in copying as long as you're not, like I said, as long as you're not ripping somebody off.
Yeah.
And so what I have done is I've created 6 original games because I'm insane, because not only am I writing a book and drawing all the pictures, but now I'm inventing original board games for it. And then what we do is we walk our way through the games and go, okay, let's change a number. Let's change an objective. Let's change the theme. Let's change a rule. How does that make the game different? And then I just essentially I keep telling the reader, keep changing, keep changing, keep changing. That's how you're going to make it your own game, or how you're going to come up with your own idea for a game.
Yeah.
And so by the time the reader is done reading your turn, they will have had 6 original games that they've created that they can use as springboards for their own designs. So
That's really cool.
I'm looking forward to seeing readers. The book's only a year old, so I'm looking forward to people saying, "Hey, I made this game, and oh, by the way, it started as this game that I did in from your turn."
That's awesome. That's cool. I can't wait. I'm gonna go get that book. We talked about it earlier off stream, off video, off podcast about the whole thing, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go check that one out, because all my research today, I ran across your other one, but I didn't run across that one, so I'm very excited to go in.
And they're all available on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, wherever your favorite book is sold. And if you do purchase it, I ask everybody to please write a review, because that's what really helps authors. Particularly like on Amazon, I think you have to hit like 50 reviews before the algorithm kicks in where your book kind of shows up.
Yeah.
And so I think I'm at like 21 right now, so I need another 20 or 30 some odd reviews to get that algorithm to kick in.
There you go, audience. Go and give reviews. Get the books
That's
and
right.
get reviews.
Preferably good ones.
You've got a bunch of other projects and stuff coming up. Talk about these short run games you mentioned to me earlier, that you do these little tiny short run games and get them out to the world.
So last year I had a pretty severe illness. I had cancer, Hodgkin's lymphoma, and then I got a bone marrow transplant to essentially try to kick that out of my system. And so I was kind of laid up on disability for several months, a couple of months for the cancer, and then another 5 or 6 months for the bone marrow transplant. And of course, during that time, you're not allowed to work with your company. It's a HR violation. So I had to make a project for me to do. And so during cancer, actually Comic-Con was coming around, and like I said, I've been to most of the Comic-Cons. I've missed a few, but I've been to most of them. And as Comic-Con was rolling around, I was getting a little homesick for it. And I was doing kind of daily events where I was like, I will draw some sketches. You name a character, I will draw a sketch for you. Or hey, send me $10 and I'll send you a bag full of comic books, or whatever, things like that. And then the last day of the real con, I said, oh, I'll design a board game. If you send me, I think it was like $60, and then like $17 for shipping or something like that. I said, I'll send you this board game. I go, I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to have dice and a ghost in it. That's all I know about it. And so, so what I did was I started to, this was on Facebook, I started to chronicle the creation process of making this game. And my goal that I set for myself was to get it delivered by Halloween. And I think I started it in like August or something like that. So I had like, 3 months to get this game done. So I just kind of put my nose to the grindstone because I had nothing better to do other than to get chemotherapy and heal. And I designed this game and got it. I got it out the week of Halloween. One person got it in time for Halloween. Everybody else got it like November 2nd or something like that. So I consider that a win. But I had so much fun doing it. I said, well, I want to do this again. So I will do, so in the spring, like around April or so, I said, all right, I'm going to do another game. And I don't know what it is, but all I know it's going to have a wind-up dinosaur, like this kind of wind-up kaiju in it. And so I did the same thing. I chronicled the creation of my thought process. I showed my sketchbook. I always carry a sketchbook with me, and I write down game ideas in it. and I've got like, I think I'm up to volume 53 or something insane like that. But I was showed, this is the thought process that I'm going through, and this is what how I'm designing, and here's the sketches I'm making to kind of help inspire me, and eventually I ended up designing a game, and it's called Oh No, There Goes Tokyo, and you can find it on boardgamegeek.com. It's the listing for it, but there's only 30 of them in existence. I wanted to make something that was kind of bespoke. So again, it was this thing where I said, all right, who is in? Who's who's in? I'm going to make how many, I'll make as many of these things until this certain time. I think I was trying to hit 30 actually. So
Okay.
I'm like, let's see if we can hit 30, or maybe it might have been 25, and then I bumped it up to 30 because people were like, can we please get on board? I said, okay, all right, I'm an easy touch when it comes to that.
Yeah.
So I ended up making 30 of these. It's essentially it's like a financial game. I say it's acquire with a giant kaiju, wind up kaiju in it. And so you're building buildings in Tokyo, and you're getting rent from it, and that allows you to build your buildings higher, and you can buy more property and all this. But then at the end of every round, when everybody has kind of built everything and all that, then you wind up to this kaiju, and you set it off, and it knocks over the buildings. The buildings are made out of cubes, so they'll knock over pretty easily. And it's just ridiculous, silly fun, and people have fallen in love with it. And then when I was working on the prototype, I had done all the art myself because like I said, I'm a cartoonist, and that's how I communicate game designs. And I said, should I like go out and try to hire an artist to do the art for this? And everybody went, no, we want your art. And I'm like, great, now I've got to do all the art for this game too. So I did all the art, I did the and I also used it as a learning exercise because I wanted to deal with a publisher or a printer who could manufacture, the box and manufacture the all those kind of things. And so I ended up working with Panda, and they ended up being a really great partner. And so I made it, and I just shipped it out last week, and excuse me, almost everybody has got their copy now, and they're starting to send me pictures of them playing it or opening up the box or whatever, and it's great fun. So I'm like, well, I want to do it again, but I have to figure out like what the challenge is for myself. Like part of me wants to do something that I can do a lot of. Like, can I make 100? Can I make 1,000? Whatever.
Right.
Can I make, more of a number like a true publisher would make? Or is it something that I can have made, all the components go into the box, and then the box is sealed, and so when I get it from the manufacturer, from the printer, I can just open it up, and it's exactly how I want it to be, right? So because those are both totally different types of challenges. Now, the irony is that all game publishers have to do both.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can do both and keep their sanity, but they do. But for me, I'm kind of taking it one step at a time because it's a learning experience, and I don't want to make mistakes. The last game I went a bit over budget on, and I'm trying not to make that mistake again. So they're as much for me as they are for anybody else. Although I will be taking both games with me. I'm going to be going to Gamma this year. I've never been before, but but it's supposedly one of the 3 good shows to go to if you want to try to sell games. And so I will be bringing Oh No, There Goes Tokyo, and then Escape from Rotter Mansion is the Ghost dice game, and then a few others that I've been working on.
Okay. Cool. And that's in February, Gamma, for people.
Yeah, in February, going to Kentucky in February. I've never been to Kentucky before. It'll be a new experience for me.
Yeah, for sure. And if people want to find you online, they can find you on Instagram at Mighty Bedbug, right? Facebook at / Scott Rogers Designer. Blue Sky, of course, Scott Rogers. That's Scott Rogers on Blue Sky. And of course on LinkedIn. If you guys are on LinkedIn, and over there you can find Scott Rogers Designer over there at LinkedIn. So
I'm all over the place.
Go and check them out all over.
Just put in Scott Rogers Game Designer in Google, and an obscene amount of content will come up.
You'll get lots of links. I think Board Game Geek is the first one that pops up for me.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I think Board Game Geek is on there. Amazon shows up with your book. It's like the 3rd or 4th one. So if you guys want to go in there and get the books, buy them, rate and review the books, you guys can do that as well.
The only thing I don't have is a Wikipedia listing, and that has been eluding me for years. So if anybody out there knows how to do a Wikipedia page and have it, not get dumped by the mods, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, you have to hire like a third-party Wikipedia editor.
Yeah, you can't do it yourself.
Yep.
It's considered bad form.
Yes, it is. They'll just take it down right away if you do that.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
guys, go check out all of Scott Ryder's things: video games, board games, books, you name it. He's done it. I'll let you guys all know, coming up, we're going to have Jim Zub is going to be joining us. He's a renowned writer and artist, known for his comic books, but his work has also been seen in DC, Marvel, Disney, Capcom, Hasbro, Namco, and the Cartoon Network. He's going to be joining us live December 16th. That podcast will be available on the 17th. Also coming up, the returns of game designer Matt Forbeck's going to be joining us again. And of course, author Kevin Hearn is also going to be joining us, both of them return guests to Epic Realms. So please stick around, make sure to subscribe, follow all of those buttons, push all of the buttons. It definitely helps us. And of course, make sure to go and rate and review, just like we talked about Scott's books. For the podcast, that works the same exact way. The algorithm loves those ratings and reviews, so get those in there for the show. It not only helps us, but it also helps our guests. So, for Scott Rogers, I am Nick, and I want to thank you all for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an award-winning author known for her tie-in fiction such as Arkham Horror, Battletech, and mostly Shadowrun. Please welcome Jennifer Brozek to Epic Realms. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
For those listening to the podcast, we had to redo the intro because the microphone wasn't working. But you've done so many different things. We just mentioned a couple things. We're talking all of the novels, but you've done magazines, you've done the tie-in fiction, you've done novels, you've done video games, just all kinds of things, tabletop role-playing. Do they all kind of tie in together, pun intended?
They all build on each other. Originally, I when I first answered this question, I said it started with RPG reviews. Actually, it started with me being a gamer. I started gaming in college. After college, I became a LARPer. I'm assuming your people know what LARPing is.
Live action role-playing.
Hi, Lilu. This is one of my kitties. This is Lilu. She's a Singapura because people ask. And she is 13 years old. So, building on stuff. I started gaming, and then for various reasons, I wanted to write for the role-playing game arena, but I got told I was just a dreamer. So, I was like, oh, really? Just a dreamer, you say?
We'll show you.
It was. Sometimes I say my career started with spite. And a lot of careers start with spite because, you read something and you're like, this is a piece of shit. I can do better. And then you do. But I started with Blackgate magazine reviewing role-playing games because I used to read the magazine. I still do, actually. And I noticed they had no female game reviewers back in the year 2000. So I emailed them and I said, you need a female game reviewer, so you're going to hire me.
Yeah.
And they went, Don Bassingwaith, bless his soul, said, all right, I'll give you a shot. And he did. And I've been doing stuff ever since.
That's awesome. Your cat's just like, put me in the shot, coach. It's like, well, it's a podcast. You're only in the shot for the live stream.
Yes, the Singapuras are the smallest domestic breed. They were found in the sewers of Singapore as ratters. She's incredibly fierce, even though she's incredibly tiny. She's a little ninja. And they think they might be a mixture of Burmese and Abyssinian.
Oh, okay. Just watch your toes, right? Watch your toes when you're walking in the middle of the night.
When she was younger. Now that she's older, she's just kind of grumpy.
Oh.
And demanding, as you can see by the fact that she is demanding that I rub her face.
Rub my face. Did you have cats when you were a kid?
I did not. My father was very allergic, so I actually had poodles. I had miniature and toy poodles. And my husband's family also had miniature and toy poodles.
Wow.
So, and unlike most people, poodles are actually incredibly smart and very, very cool if you just treat them like a dog and not a neurotic little shit. Don't treat them like a treat them like a dog. They will do the thing that you need them to do.
Right.
But I
right.
actually really like my cats.
Yeah, I like cats. I'm a cat person. Well, when you were a kid, did you do a lot of reading and stuff around your poodles?
I did not really understand the magic of reading and writing until we were stationed in Belgium and I didn't have a TV and we did not live on base. And the only friends I had were basically my books.
Okay.
And there was a series called The Dark is Rising by Susan Cooper. And that was the series that opened my eyes to the magic of reading and writing. And when I sold my very first trilogy, I got this tattoo.
Oh, nice. For those that are watching, it's a gorgeous, like, bright blue color tattoo of the Rising.
The Dark is Rising. Yeah. Yes, I have full sleeves now. So every time I sell a series or book or get nominated for an award or win an award, I get myself a new tattoo.
Is it usually of that series? Or of that book?
No.
Or just
Mostly
just the tattoo?
Just the tattoo.
Okay.
It's they're pop culture or literary references, basically.
Okay.
Like my most recent one I got an actual old school elder sign on my arm from A Secret Guide to Fighting Elder Gods, which was nominated for the Bram Stoker and the British Fantasy Award.
That's cool. That's cool. I only have one tattoo. I always want to get more, but I'm like, that costs money. I think I'm just gonna keep my money and spend it on other things.
Well, these
like
were gifts that I can't lose.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Were your family? Did your family like encourage you to do reading and writing and stuff like that since you moved around a lot?
They did encourage me to read. I was a gifted child, like my sister. Not like my brother was not considered a gifted child. But I had some learning disabilities and some difficulties when I was fairly young. I have dyslexia and even worse, dyscalculia, which is the flipping of numbers.
Yeah.
So if I will tell you a number, I may be reading it correctly in my head, but telling you the numbers in the wrong order.
Oh, wow.
Or you will tell me numbers and I will write them down wrong. Okay. Or I will write a different number. It's a thing it's a thing I know about myself and have to mitigate.
So you're not in charge of contract negotiations for prices, is what I'm hearing.
Actually, I am.
Oh, no.
So I always have someone second check my work as it is. And trust me, if I get the numbers wrong, the authors or the agents will point it out to me. Also, I had a stutter when I was young, and I went to 3 years of speech therapy.
Wow. How was that? Were you like homeschooled, or did you actually go to a school, or how did that work? Because I know you travel a lot with military, right?
Right.
So how did that affect you that way?
Well, we moved every 2 to 3 years. So I'd never actually taken a grammar course in my life because wherever I moved, they just had it the year before, or they were going to have it the next year, and I would miss it. But I was expected to keep up. School was, despite various learning disabilities, when I was younger, I had a very good memory. So basically, I memorized the way words looked. So I never actually read. I just memorized words. So I could read very quickly. And once I unlocked that magic, that flow state where you're reading, but you're not reading, you're seeing it in your head and it's all playing out, I've never gone back. So I've been reading like that since about 1980.
When you're dealing with that, how does that currently affect your career? Because you've got a number of different, things that you have to deal with and fight. Does that affect your career, or is it something that you've dealt with for so long that it really doesn't even come up?
Well, so along with everything, I'm also high masking autistic. Or high functioning, or whatever they're now calling it.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed as an adult. But I grew up in a military family, and basically you just dealt with things.
Yeah.
You our coping mechanism was deal with it. So the speech therapy, we did it, do the work to get the thing done, which didn't actually help me when I got to college. I mean, because school was so easy for me growing up, despite everything, that I never really learned how to do the work until I got to college, and things were not that easy. These days, the only way it really affects me is I will not know how a word is spelled, so I will just sort of guess and see what comes up if my spell checker, which has its uses, but is basically a double agent that'll stab you in the back twice. See what they come up with, and if it doesn't, I will go to a browser and I'll throw my mangled word in there and see what it comes up with.
Yeah.
So I find it easier for me to be connected to the internet while I'm writing, to do those quick lookups to make sure that the word that I'm using actually means the thing I think it means, or that I'm spelling it correctly. So I have coping mechanisms for pretty much everything. I'm aware of myself. I've been a full-time freelancer now for 18 years, that I know how I work, and I know how I work best. So when I am having problems, I need to step back and go, okay, is the problem me? Have I eaten, have I had enough water? Have I had enough sleep? Is it my plot line? Is there a hole that my hindbrain is working on, going, this is a problem?
Yeah.
So I have mechanisms and systems in place to keep me on track.
When you're dealing with this and then you go into, say, in editing, what is your role usually as an editor? Because there's many different types of editors out there. What is your role, and how does all of that affect your role as an editor as well?
Oh, well, okay. So it depends on which type of editing I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm being an anthologist, as in I'm putting an anthology together. So not only am I taking pitches to see what stories are going to come in, and I have to determine how the stories will fit to each other, I will end up also doing developmental editing, which is reading the stories, looking for plot holes, looking for pacing issues, factual checking. I do this for Shadowrun as well now. I'm an editor at large for Catalyst Game Labs. And then there's copy edits, and then there's proofing, and then there's galleys. There's so many different levels. One of my best tools is having the computer read me the story, because the computer reads only what's there, not what I think should be there, and not what I meant something should be there, or the other author. It also helps keep, when I am editing, there's two different hats. I have a specific author voice, and then I have a specific editor vibe. And I do not mix the two. I want to have the other author's voice come through. Their particular tics, the things that make their story. And when I edit Jonathan Mayberry, he has a very specific style, format. He uses a particular set of words. I know that if I thought something would sound better, I have to go, is this because I'm thinking like an author, or is this because I'm thinking like an editor?
Yeah.
So another example is I, as an author, try not to use the word said or asked as dialogue attribution. I want to have the character dialogue attribution be an action, because communication is 80% body language. So I want the character to use their body language as their demarcation that this is the word that this is the sentence they're saying.
Yeah. Instead of he said, she said, they asked,
But there are many people who like them, and for most readers, the words said and asked are invisible.
Yeah. And to me, it stood out the most to me in an audiobook, where the audiobook was so good where I didn't even realize it, and I went back, it's like, did the audiobook narrator, was the audiobook narrator just so good he didn't say those words, or were they not in the book altogether? And I still to this day don't really know. And that's when I really started to notice that, because later I'd listen to another audiobook. So-and-so said, so-and-so asked, so-and-so did. And it's like, that really took away from the story. And so I agree with you. Like, yeah, that's
But that is my specific authorial voice.
Mhm.
I'm not going to say that to Shauna McGuire. And
Right,
I'm not
right,
gonna,
right.
I'm not going to take away her. She likes to do parens in the middle of sentences,
Mhm.
which is fallen out of favor in the grand scheme of things. But certain people use it in their style of writing.
Right.
So
when you're putting together an anthology, we talked about you working on editing, whether you're writing or editing. And I know that recently in September, you had the anthology that was released for Shadowrun. How does that come about where you're like, you could be an editor, you could be a writer, you're kind of doing both? How do you separate the two?
So by and large, if I'm editing an anthology, I do not write for that anthology. That said, there are caveats. Magic Machines and Mayhem, I am a co-editor on, but I also have a story in there. I submitted the story before John and I talked about me coming on to co-edit. So he did all the editing on my story. And, you know, we had the conversation around it, what needed to change to make it fit. When I am putting together an anthology, I have a specific vibe and tone to go with the genre. So I liken an anthology to being more than the sum of its parts. Every story should be able to stand on its own, but no one story should be so big as, like, think of it as a necklace of pearls. No one pearl should be so big that it kind of stands out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are the ones that are slightly, you could have it graduated because you have, you know, the bookend stories. In anthologies, the two most important positions are the very first and the very last. So if a story I write ends up in the first two or the last two stories, what are the first impressions, what are the last impressions of this anthology, that's a win for me. But that's the way I, as an editor, think of it. The anthology needs to bring something to the reader so that they can continue to think about the theme of the anthology long after they've finished the anthology.
I've had a lot of conversations about anthologies with people, not just on the show, but a lot behind the scenes. There have been talks about having an Epic Realms anthology with all the authors that have been on the show. And one thing that I've always thought to myself is that anthologies seem to always have a theme to them. Maybe not always. What are your thoughts on what a theme should be for an anthology? Does there need to be a theme? Or can it just be a bunch of authors that come together for a common cause? Or can the genre be the theme?
So people like to read what they like to read.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. I mean, publishing is a business.
Yes.
There are marketers. If they don't know how to market your anthology, you're dead in the water. Now, that said, toss it out the door. You're doing it on your own. Themes can be as nebulous as epic. If we're going to do one for Epic Realms, tell me a story, an epic type of story. So you have to kind of define that. Or you have to say, tell me, since Epic Realms in your background is this traditional fantasy castle. Okay, I want a fantasy story with an epic feeling. Now here's the thing about epic. You can tell micro stories in the macro universe. So one small thing that you can write into this epic story where it changes one tiny thing that ripples throughout the rest. You can say everything's fantasy, traditional fantasy. Or you can say realm. The theme is realms. I would like to get a story from each one of these types of realms. You know, I want a space opera, I want a noir, and you do it that way where you have the authors that you're going to invite and say, these are the 14 realms I want somebody to write a story in. Pick your top 3, and then you say, okay, you get noir, you get horror, you get traditional fantasy, you get urban fantasy,
Right.
And then when you get the stories to come in, you can do things like, okay, is there any sort of theme of, say, time, traditional fantasy all the way up through, say, space opera?
Right.
So these are the ways you think about anthologies. So themed anthologies often sell better than non-themed anthologies, but almost every anthology will have some sort of connector. That connector may be genre. Tell me a horror story. Any realm, any time period. The connector is horror.
Yeah.
And then how the anthologist puts it together tells another story.
Yeah. Like one of my favorites is it was all sidekicks. All the sidekicks all had their story. The whole thing was about or maybe it was like best friends. A story about best friends. So it was either like sidekicks or the familiars or the animals, and it was all, most of it was urban fantasy type stuff. And I was like, well, that's a fun theme. And the more anthologies I read, the more I'm like, there's a theme, there's a theme, there's a theme. Obviously Shadowrun, I'm guessing the theme is Shadowrun, but there's probably more to it than just these are all Shadowrun stories, right?
Right. Well, so World of Shadows was a bunch of short stories that were not centered in Seattle, which is the main hub of Shadowrun. Then there was Drawing Destiny. Shadowrun had a tarot deck created by Echo Chernig. And each of the authors got a specific tarot card. I got the moon. And so I wrote a short story called Dark Side Matters. And because the moon has the themes of hidden enemies and such like that. And that short story led me to write my first Shadowrun novel, Makeda Red. No, sorry. Got them out of order.
That's
World
okay.
of Shadows, I wrote an homage to Casablanca. That story took me to Makeda Red. Drawing Destiny did Dark Side Matters, which brought me to Elf in Black. My unofficial colors quartet. I have currently Makeda Red and Elf in Black are out. I'm working on Imri Gray, and the 4th one will be called Elf in White.
Okay.
So that's unofficial. All of my Shadowrun it is a shared universe, so characters that will appear in each other's stories, the protagonist in one book may become the antagonist of the next book, or maybe a sidekick, or the sidekick in this book may become the protagonist of the next book.
Yeah. When you're coming up with your Shadowrun stories, are you referencing stuff from the role-playing system, or is the role-playing system referencing stuff from the books?
I reference, so okay, again, I like to tell small stories in the big universe, but I have all the Shadowrun cards for how magic works and how the guns work and all the details, because in stories details matter.
Yeah.
Especially in an IP. When you're writing in someone else's sandbox, you want that story to be that IP inside and out. You want the fan to go, yep, this person knows what they're talking about. So you have to be on tone and you have to be on theme, but you also have to get details like grid guide, or someone pinging someone's personal area network, their PAN, using their comlink. You have to know the genre, the jargon, as well as the customs and courtesies. So I do, when I write Battletech or Shadowrun or Valdemar or Predator or whatever it is that I've written for, I want everything that I have written to be possible in the game.
Yeah. And it means a lot to people who are the role players, right? When they can see that and they can visualize or conceptualize they just rolled a whatever on the dice. Oh, they just used this ability, or hey, I can build this character. and it's always a lot of fun to see that visually, whether it's a Shadowrun, whether it's a Pathfinder, whether it's a D&D book. Whereas sometimes you'll see a book that is like that thematically for role playing, but you're like, you can't do that. Like, that's not in the rules. Like, how can I? Like, it takes you out of the confines of what the role playing is, unless of course you're not a role player, and then it doesn't really matter that much. But for those that are role players, that are fans of whatever that genre is, it's a lot more fun to visualize those, being able to build those characters or how they're built. And I know people, there are forums built of how would you build XYZ character from this book.
I actually have a local friend who took Elfin Black and ran his characters, his gaming group, basically through the book.
Yeah.
Except going against the protagonist until a certain point where then the protagonist turned around and hired them to work for him, and then everything else that happened in the book he threw at them. So it was very interesting to hear. It's always interesting to hear what people take with my creation and how they run with it. They did in fact guess one of the things. By having Elf and White, you're going to guess there's a wedding. Well, yes.
Right.
Somebody who is mentioned in one book, they end up getting married, and he extrapolated that from Elf and Black, and already started moving that way. And I was like, well, I guess I can tell him he's right.
That's really cool, though.
It is cool, but what I will say as an editor is, I don't want to hear the dice rolling. As an editor, fight sequences and dance sequences and sex scenes, they're all the same thing. What's the gravity? Who's involved? Where are your limbs? And how does physics work in your world?
Yeah.
If you turn it into a laundry list of X shoots Y and then Y falls over, it's boring. Fight sequences are emotional. They are fast. They are designed to move the story forward in a specific way. So as an editor, while I want to know what you're doing can happen, I do not want to see the dice rolls. I don't want to see them in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
Did you know in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, that last fight, every action was 6 seconds?
Yes. And I loved it. I loved it so much.
Yes.
And I don't know how many people that are listening to this know that. But yeah, I actually saw a video breakdown where they like had a timer and they're like doot 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 doot. It was like, oh my god, that is so cool. Because the showrunners are, they're D&D nerds, so it totally makes sense.
They are, and that entire fight was emotional. I mean, yes, they did things, but there was an emotional tinge to every action that they did. Getting revenge, fake despair, followed by what's the joyful destruction, maybe. I don't know. After the owlbear beat the crap out of her, I'm surprised she's still alive.
Yeah.
But only the last hit point counts, actually.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. And there's something to be said about knowing that there's not combat just for the sake of combat, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, even in I call it submarine fiction, BattleTech is very much submarine fiction. You want to know everything. That type of reader wants to know everything about the mechanics. They want to know, what kind of heat sinks are in, how much ammo they have, how fast they're moving. Are there any special modifications? They want to know that. A lot of other readers, they don't care. They don't give a shit. Whatever.
Yeah.
Just tell me it's a big stompy mech and I will go with it.
What is the difference between some of this kind of writing and then writing supplement for an RPG?
Okay, so when we're writing for a supplement, you have the crunch and the fluff.
Yes.
The fluff is the writing around it, where it could be an example of showing how this thing works, or a flavor text. The crunch is, what are the actual hierarchical setups? How does the spell actually work? What are the numbers of the weapons? I hated writing the crunch. So I almost never did. I could write the background crunch of this is how the political organization works, and here's the hierarchy. But don't make me crunch the numbers. I don't want to.
I brought wood.
They like eat your asshole and pull out your organs, and in real life, animals will do that. Like tigers and lions and shit will go for the butthole first, but it's because it's like an easy access to like, you know, the inside. But Kappas love it. They love asshole.
That's crazy.
I swear, I didn't know before I picked it. I still would have picked it because it's fucking hilarious.
It's part of the charm.
That's right.
Gotta love it.
I'm a classy bitch. I always pick the classiest topics. Especially for charity events. I was like, oh great, so this is the one for charity. It's all about ass eating. All right, great. So, they want to get up in them guts, Mojo. They want to get up in them guts.
God no. They
So,
some kinky.
They some kinky Kappas.
Bone apple teeth, says Brit.
Bone
Mechanics of the dice rolling of the dice.
I can do it. I don't want to. I can get somebody else to do it for me.
Yeah.
But then there's the story element to the role-playing game.
All right, I'll back it up, and I'll just, you know what? If I go offline, you'll know why. Oh my God.
Work it, Octavius. Work that. Work that tip for us.
Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine.
I wonder if the bot like automatically knows where the hatch is. That'd be pretty cool. Lol. Ah! Yeah, apparently she doesn't know where the traps are though.
It's a Mepistola. Asked me. Right, what are you doing, mate? Trying to fry my brain like an overcooked steak. Let's keep the keyboard chaos to a minimum. Yeah. What's your real question?
Invaders out. You'll get them next time.
That was a good one, Pistola. Nice try.
Headed to the other side.
It
No. What is happening to you right now? The starting girl is stuck to your car.
Supplement that gives examples of how something will work, or flavor text is flavor. Is this paranoia, which is supposed to be ridiculous and funny, or is this a grim dark type story? You know, the flavor text will give you that.
Have you ever been asked to take one of your character stories and then convert it into like a supplement book or a piece for an RPG?
Well, I have never been, but Nellis Academy for BattleTech, I believe Chris Love was hired to write a module for it.
Okay.
But I've never done that. I've never done it myself. But I have written. There was a mini Dungeon Monthly magazine.
Yeah.
That I was asked to write for, and I wrote the the Dire Goose, the untitled Dire Goose module, which had both the crunch and the fluff in it. And I did one for a Labyrinth RPG. I wrote one of their little traps, or I can't remember what they called it so long ago, but I wrote one about an oubliette, what happens when you fall into it and how do you get out of it and such.
Yeah.
And where the mechanics were and what actually I have done a lot of it, never mind. I was like, wait, and then Colonial Gothic, I did the settings, and the settings included all the monsters and all the stats and all the crunch. I'm like, okay. But back when I was doing a lot of game development, I did do the crunch as well as the fluff, but I didn't like it. How's that?
Talking about RPGs and having stories, but also having stories for the RPGs. You've got this Shadowrun you sent me right before we started. Tell us about this magazine that you're accepting submissions for. For those of you that are listening, you got to listen to this. It's super cool. I might even submit. Who knows?
Okay, so we have this is my baby. We have a brand new in-world magazine for Shadowrun in the works right now. It's called Augment Magazine. Augment your life with Augment Magazine. Think the Cosmopolitan or Vogue for the sixth world. Everything in it is in character, right down to the ads, the confessionals, the articles, and there will be metaplot stuff that you can play in with your characters, and there'll be stuff coming in from we're actually going to have missions in there. But because Shadowrunners are known in the sixth world, there is nobody who doesn't look at that and go, I can make money off of that. So the Shadowrun missions are actually under the title, the game Running Dark.
Okay.
So you can take a Running Dark mission and throw it at your players. I mean, it is exactly that. But we also have an open call. Now, this is a very specific open call for the writers out there. And those of you who would like to write for Shadowrun. We are accepting 2,000 to 3,000 words under sinful secrets or sinless secrets. More sinless secrets than sinful. Sinful is the corporate side of things. Sinless is, you're sinless. In these stories, you're writing you're confessing to breaking the law. What law? Maybe it's a family law. Maybe it's a corporate law. Maybe it's a magical law. Maybe it's a club law. Maybe it's a secret society law. But you're confessing to breaking a law. Now, you're confessing to millions of what we're calling augmenters, the readers of Augment Magazine. Harley Quinn literally can pick this magazine up and read it in character. If Dunkelzahn was alive, and he may be, come on, he can pick up this magazine and read it in character. So these confessions, they're usually written in first person. They're not short stories, even though you're telling a story. That it's a hard niche to a hard line to think Dear Abby, without expecting an answer, or I never thought it would happen to me, but no porn.
Yeah.
We're still PG-13. So yours, like some stories I have already accepted. Someone has confessed that they believe they have been infected with a virulent virus.
Yeah.
Someone has confessed that back in the day, during the Night of Rage, they shot a kid because of reasons.
Yeah.
And he's confessing and telling what he's done ever since then and the costs that he has accrued. Someone, a sinful corporate secret, a salaryman hired a Shadowrunner to steal his rival's presentation so he wouldn't have it, so the other guy would get the job. And let me tell you, things did not go very well for anybody.
Yeah.
So one was a kid who was in the system, who is also a decker, who's stealing from the charity that is supposed to be caring for the orphans, but are basically lining their pockets. So she's stealing from the people so that she can actually feed the kids. I mean, we've got all kinds of stories, but like there's a bunch I haven't received yet.
Yeah.
Like,
And what's going to happen with these? They're going to put them together and just release them, or just have them available online, or what's kind of the
okay,
plan?
so it is a quarterly magazine, physical. It's a physical magazine and an online magazine. So we will have, the magazine has, I think, 14 regular columns. Like one of them's called Boots on the Ground, and it's set in the Caribbean. We've got a hard-hitting reporter reporting about stuff that's happening in the Caribbean. We've got one set in Denver. We've got fashion. We've got product reviews. We've got Nova Hot reviews. We've got celebrity sightings. But in the middle of this, we also have these Sinless Secrets. And there will be 5 in every issue. And people can take what they want out of this. I mean, literally, they can take anything out of Augment Magazine and use it in their game, and because it's part of the game.
Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of like you get a video game and you find like a character's journal somewhere randomly, except where it's not a journal. It's like, it's a column, or like you said, a Dear Abby or the Red Shoe Diaries or something like that. And it's like,
right.
This is
I mean, we
that
have
actually happened.
in the very first issue, we have an interview with Michael Bishop.
Awesome.
He's a big guy in Chapter.
That's awesome. Sorry, my brain. We talked earlier about mental health and stuff, and my brain just completely shut down for a half a second. It's like, I have something I should move. What's next? What's next on my list? When you said that, and I'm like, I'm like, no, there's the thing, and oh no.
No, I do it all the time. I also my thoughts run away with myself. I will have what I call a train wreck, where I will have like 3 or 4 things coming together at once, and all of them get jammed together, and I can't get any of them out. Maybe I'll get 1 or 2 words out, or I will forget words. I will forget that thing that's in the sky that's blue. What is that?
It's the sun. Wait, no, it's not.
My husband and I are very good at kind of a charades game, because especially if I'm in novel brain mode, where I don't know anything except what's happening in my novel.
Yeah. That's probably a good thing, because then that's when you're focused, right?
Yeah. When you have the entire novel in your head and okay, I've got like 15,000 words left and then I'm done, but I know I have to go back and fix this, and I have to, foreshadow that, and, you have all the thoughts going on, and I call my cats by their wrong names. I don't remember faces. Like, oh wait, have I combed my hair today? I'm going to be on stream.
Did I eat? Yeah. You have on your website, and this kind of ties into all of these facets of all of the things kind of going on in the mind all at once. And stimulus, external, internal stimulus. On your website, you have a quote. I'm going to read it to you. It says, I see story ideas all the time. They're everywhere. Just walking around like normal ideas. They just don't know their stories.
Mm-hmm.
I love that quote. I think
Yeah,
that's so fascinating.
I cribbed it off of The Sixth Sense. I see ghosts everywhere.
But can you expand on that? Like, maybe give us some examples on that. Like, what kind of stories are out there? Like, everyday things can be a story.
So one of my favorite genres of urban fantasy is the one that could be happening around me as I walk outside my front door. I frequently, if I'm in the doctor's office or if I'm driving down the road or something, like someone cuts me off, and my first instinct is to be, fucker. But my next instinct is to be like, maybe he's rushing to get to his wife's pregnancy. She's having a baby. Or if I happen to have epic music on, I can daydream a situation where, like, I'm actually in a car chase and that person next to me is, my ally or my enemy. I I once faced down 300 sixth graders with the challenge of give me a physical object and I will turn it into a horror story right here, right now. Any physical object. Let me tell you, very few people will look at a box of Kleenex the same way ever again. But I also think things like detour signs. Once I was driving and I was following detour signs and I thought, I don't actually know where I am. I don't actually know if real people set up this detour.
Right.
What if Faye set up this detour? What if Red Caps set up this detour and I'm going to be the main course at their next meal? You know, to me, I say ideas are easy, execution is hard and messy.
Yeah.
Ideas come to me all the time. It is rare that an idea sticks around, and if it sticks around for a while, then it's got chops, then it's got legs. Then I'm like, okay, maybe we can do something with this.
Right.
So I don't think a lot of people walk around looking at the world the way I do. I mean, I literally once spent 2.5 years teaching myself to write very economically by writing something called Freaky Friday Fictions. Every Friday, I took something that happened to me during the week, mundane, and I turned it supernatural or horror, and I wrote less than 1,000 words. I put it on my blog, and I did this every week for 2.5 years. And then I'm like, okay, I think I've taught myself the thing.
Yeah.
2 publishing houses immediately contacted me and asked if they could publish the collection. And I'm like, I broke every rule. Every rule. I wrote about friends, family, work. I did everything. And they're like, we don't care. And I'm like, okay, let's start talking money and let's start. I'm like, I'm not doing all of these. They're not all gems.
Right.
Some of these are terrible. And that became In a Gilded Light.
Okay.
A collection, which is no longer out there because that was one of my learning lessons. And the learning lesson was always have right of, what's the name of it? Reversion of rights in your contracts. So, I didn't have that and they weren't paying me, and so I demanded that they take it down, but I couldn't repackage and resell that book.
Yeah.
So I had to create new ones. So that was what became 5-Minute Stories, which I podcasted, by the way, and it's on my website for free. Well, 26 of the 65 stories are free.
Awesome. Is that still going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure let me.
Like, are you still producing them and putting them out there and all that?
I'm not still producing them, but I am. Is it under Free Fiction? It's under Free Fiction.
Okay.
If you go to Free Fiction and click on 5-Minute Stories podcast, you will get to them. I've stopped doing that podcast. I did the podcast just to see if I would like to do it.
Yeah.
Because I've done voice talent with the Dire Multiverse and with the Paper Flower Consortium. I'm still doing the Paper Flower Consortium, which is domestic stories about vampires.
Okay.
Set in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
It's actually really good.
Nice. Tell us about Shadowrun Through the Decades. Because you were telling me about that beforehand.
Okay.
As we're
Shadowrun
starting to
Through
get
the
closer to
Decades.
the end here, tell us a little bit about that and maybe any other projects you have coming up.
Okay. So it's not out in the world yet because of reasons. Publishing is hard. But it will be out this month. So Through the Decades is our 35th anniversary celebration of Shadowrun. It's been around for 35 years. We have 7 authors writing novelettes and novellas, 1 per decade from the 2020s to the 2080s. We have old favorites like Jack Koch and Phaedra Weldon and Michael Stackpole. And we have new writers like Grace Fong and Alina Peet and because a lot of things have happened and my brain, she is full. But each one of these, each story celebrates a specific decade in Shadowrun. All right, where is it? Where is it? This is the part where I was telling you I have all these systems to keep me on top of things. Oh, yeah. R.L. King. How could I miss Robin? She's the creator of Winterhawk.
Okay.
So we have a Winterhawk story. We have Wolf and Raven story. So we have a Ryan Mercury story.
Okay. That's awesome.
So this anthology will be out this month.
Okay.
Celebrating, it is my 25th anthology, coded with John Hulfers. And that's what I can tell you. And hopefully in the next, this next week, I will be able to have your pre-order link and everything up.
Okay, that'll be great. People can just check it out on your socials.
Yes, and I'm most active on Blue Sky.
Okay.
Which currently is full of kitten pictures.
Nothing wrong with that.
I just got 2 Egyptian Mao kittens. It's been over a year since I had a pair of siblings who died last year.
Oh,
one in August, one in November. And it took us a while, but we finally decided we were ready for more kittens.
For some chaos.
Especially since our
kittens.
Yeah. So, what was the other question you asked me?
We were talking about your upcoming projects.
Oh, I am working on Emery Gray. I am working on Augment Magazine. I'm working on another anthology that is a tie-in that I cannot actually announce because I don't think it's been announced. Therefore, I'm not going to say it.
We get that a lot. We get that a lot.
Yeah, NDAs and all that.
Yep.
Emery Gray.
More to be determined,
right? Next year, I will, since I won't have my Shadowrun novel out next year, I will have 2 of stuff that I'm putting out. One is called, so remember I was mentioning I wrote fiction for Campaign Magazine?
Yes.
It's called Tales of the Hucked Tankard.
Okay.
From 2003 to 2004. I am collecting those stories, giving them an edit because woof, they needed an edit. One of the stories never got published because Campaign Magazine went under.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to write another one that's 20 years later with the same characters.
Oh, that'll be fun.
So it'll be called Tales of the Hucked Tankard. And then currently I have a nonfiction book out called Industry Talk. As of next year, it will be 15 years later, and I am updating it called Industry Talk Revised 15 years later. And it will have a lot. I'm basically keeping all of the stuff in there, but I am adding to it. I'm adding a new introduction. I am changing. I'm not going to change pretty much any of the editing stuff because one half was how to write for the role-playing game industry, and the other how to be it. What does the editor think about the role-playing game industry? I'm basically how to be a freelancer. And so anything that I disagree with, I will update and say this is why I disagree with. And then I'm adding an entire another section to it called author etiquette, because that was something that myself and Sarah Kraft wrote over a 3-year period.
Okay.
All of them are being rewritten. I mean, literally the book is going to be like 3 times bigger than it was. So both of those books will be coming out next year as well. Great. And if people like Twitch, which I'm assuming they do, next week is another episode of Infinity and Beyond Oracle of War. It is an Eberron campaign that I play in on the Arvin Elrond Twitch TV channel.
And
we've been playing
it. Can just go ahead and click that button to find that.
We've been playing that for years. Like, I think it's been 3 years we've been playing this campaign. So we finished, if you know Oracle of War, we just finished the 4th one, and we're about to go into Engines of War.
Nice. You're also going to be at Written in the Northwest, Saturday, November 23rd in Linwood, Washington, correct?
That is correct. I am one of the Spotlight authors. Shauna McGuire is a Spotlight author. The library system up here, Snow Isles is what it's called, will be a Spotlight author, and Krampus,
I saw that.
one of the local guys, Ryan Fudge, who runs Crypticon and such like that up here. He also, is that Ryan Fudge? Oh, I'm pretty sure I just messed that up. I don't know.
A person.
A person who is awesome, because I remember who it is, but I don't remember if there's one of two people. Have you ever met two people at the same convention, and they're both basically the same height and the same slim build and everything, and you get their names mixed up, and for the next like 2 years you can't remember which one's which?
I get people that are not at all even close to each other, and I get their names flip-flop. So yes, but no.
I'm pretty sure it's Ryan Fudge, but maybe Eric Pope. He is another big cosplayer in the area. But
check them both out, people. Check them both out.
They're both pretty awesome.
You're also thinking Gen Con and World Con later in
well, I'm definitely doing both because Gen Con's my big industry convention. I don't know if I will be part of the Writer Symposium or if I will just be there with Catalyst Game Labs. By that time, 3 of the augments should be out.
Okay.
And then I'm definitely doing WorldCon because it's in Seattle, and I'm running the professional editor publisher track.
Okay. Sounds good. People can find you. Go ahead.
As I might show up at NorwestCon, do a BarCon there in April, I believe it is.
Okay.
But I'm not there officially this year.
All right. And people can find your website, jenniferbrozek.com. Blue Sky, as you mentioned, at Jennifer Brozek. Facebook, /Jennifer.Brozek. And Instagram at Jennifer_Brozek. Did I get those all right?
You did. I would like to say that it's a brand new website. I've hired after 22 years of hand coding my website, I hired a terrifyingly competent and efficient web developer, which means my contact form actually works, which means my newsletter works, and my newsletter is once a month because my PA makes me do it, and it contains secrets that only people who subscribe to my newsletter get.
Get on that newsletter.
They knew about the kittens before anybody else did.
That's awesome. And pictures, right? Can they get pictures? Do they get pictures?
Pictures. This next one will probably also include video.
That's awesome. I'll just scroll through social media. Look a kitten, and I'll stop and just watch whatever they do, and then I'll scroll more, and then like, oh, a puppy. Oh.
On Blue Sky, there's a picture of me holding Mimir. Mimir and Freya are the siblings.
Okay.
It's sitting right here, and it's I basically got a picture, really awkward selfie. I'm like, works.
Trying to hold him in your arms.
Yeah, because he was all purry and sleepy and just in my arms and just wanted to be there, and I was just like.
And the selfies with the pets that are really cute are never as cool as what they actually look like, right?
Oh, never. So, I didn't hate it, and the cat looks good. You can see his spots.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. It's been awesome. Stick around because we're going to be doing some live stream Q&As in just a little bit here. Everybody that is listening, thank you so much for sticking around in the live stream. Those are the podcast. Coming up December 2nd, acclaimed game designer and author Scott Rogers will be joining us, known for his work on video games like God of War and Pac-Man World, his book Level Up, as well as tabletop games. Scott brings a bunch of knowledge and experience. Of course, that's going to be live December 2nd, and the podcast will be on the 3rd. Also coming up, we're going to be joined by Jim Zub, and returning to Epic Realms, both Matt Forbeck and Kevin Hurd will be coming back as well. So you definitely want to stick around. Make sure to rate, review, follow, subscribe, all of those buttons, depending on where you're listening to us, watching us, videos, streaming, socials, any of that. Click those buttons. Make sure you get your notifications so that you know about all of the things coming up. And of course, those ratings and reviews for the podcast, they definitely help us, and they definitely help our guests. So please go ahead and do that. So, for Jennifer Brozek, I am Nick, and I want to thank you all for listening to Epic Realms.
Welcome! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see so many people here. Welcome to Twin Cities Con. Welcome to what I think is the most exciting conversation of the weekend. I have to tell you, so I'm Jerry Shepard, and to be standing up here, sitting here with two of my like literal heroes is going to be, if I get a little bit shaky sometimes, please forgive me. I'm a sci-fi author, and I'm literally up here with Hugo Award winners, New York Times bestsellers, people who have written hundreds and hundreds of books, including across this crazy little space series. It's like kind of military. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this Star Wars thing. You guys, honestly, I'm going to read from my notes here, just because I want to make sure that I'm getting some of this right. But John, Jackson, Miller.
Hello.
You have been. This is what I was just reading about when I was looking at my favorite particular Star Wars book. It says, "The Living Force is the Jedi-centric Star Wars story we needed." And I kind of love that. But then, about my other good friend up here, Timothy Zahn. A good villain is often hard to find, but Zahn does the best job here. And I could not agree with either of those more. We are up here today with the literal builders, other than perhaps George Lucas himself, of the Star Wars universe. And I'm psyched. And so, first of all, just in case there's some random person in here who doesn't know who we're up here with, I'm just going to start with a really simple question and just kind of give us your little 30-second bio and let us know a little bit about how you would introduce yourself to a random person on the street who doesn't know exactly what the Star Wars universe is all about. We'll start with you, John.
I am John Jackson Miller. I live in Wisconsin. This is my first con in Minnesota. This is probably a fall con many years ago. I actually injured my eye on Thursday driving here, so I have not gone Hollywood. I actually look like I'm cosplaying as a Sith, or rather as a Tim Burton Batman villain, so I wanted to restrain everybody from that. I have done a lot of things in Star Wars. My first work was 20 years ago. They have basically decided to reprint all of my stuff this year. So my very first comic book, which was a Darth Vader comic book in Star Wars Empire, they just reprinted a giant edition there. They have also just reprinted my Knights of the Old Republic series from the start, which I did for years. And they also have just reprinted the Knight Errant. I did the Knight Errant novel and the comics. I did the Lost Tribe of the Sith novel and the comics. And I did the Kenobi novel, which has never not been in print. And then I also did the New Dawn novel, which was the Rebels prequel series. That is in a 10th anniversary edition, and has it been that long? It's hard to believe. And then, finally, she mentioned the Living Force, which is we'll talk about a bit later, but that's my most recent Star Wars novel. And I do hop between universes. I got the actual offer to write The Living Force the day that my Star Trek Strange New Worlds novel, The High Country, came out. And I was in the middle of working on Star Wars, The Living Force, when the novel that came out last month was offered to me, and that is Batman Resurrection, the first novel tying into the Tim Burton Batman movies. So I am, my passport has a lot of stamps on it.
Thank you. You love, he probably writes in it. So, my good friend Timothy, go ahead. Let's hear your spiel.
Well, no one trusts me with Star Trek or Batman, but I have done a couple of Terminator books. I didn't realize it was show and tell, but I have worked. I don't know. How do I introduce myself? Usually, hi. I'll take the chicken parmesan, please. I've been at this writing business for 40 years, been at Star Wars for about a third of a century, if I want to feel really old. I created Grand Admiral Thrawn, Mara Jade, Talon Card. I got to be the first novelist to write past Return of the Jedi. So it's been a long and a very fun ride, and I'm hoping it will continue.
I'm super honored to be up here with you guys. Timothy's on, you guys. lot of people in this room know that time when a light went on in their head because of watching something in the Star Wars universe, whether it was in The New Hope, which was my generation, and or it was even in the New Dawn era. We know when, hey, I have a story in my mind for this universe, and I want to know what that moment was for each of you.
I saw A New Hope, which was called Star Wars back then. The second night it was in theaters, working on my thesis the first night, and I wasn't able to make it. The theater was packed. Saw the crawl go by, Leia's ship goes by, stops shooting back and forth, and then the Star Destroyer comes over and keeps coming and keeps coming. And by the time, I'd never had a sense of size in a movie before. And by the time you got to see the stern, I thought, okay, I'm going to like this movie. The second really moment that grabbed me in that movie was the cantina, with Obi-Wan suddenly changing from an old wise man to a warrior. And that scene stuck with me for years. I never expected to be able to write the Star Wars story or a book, so that question never arose. I might as well have decided I was going to swim to the moon. But when the offer came back in 1989 to do the Thrawn trilogy, it was a new dream come true, one I didn't know I had. And it's, as I said, it's been a delightful and a fun roller coaster journey, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. So, and thank all of you for letting me do this.
I was 9 when Star Wars came out. All the kids were talking about it. I had no idea what they meant. I thought they were talking about Dark Invader or something like that, because I was like, Darth? What is that? We couldn't get in to see the film for a long time because this was before the era of multiplexes. I grew up in Memphis, right down the street from Graceland, and the theater where I finally did get to see Star Wars was the one that Elvis Presley used to shut down at nights to actually watch movies after midnight. I think it probably was one of the last movies he ever saw. So obviously I was thrilled by the movie. But the only way to actually relive the movie after that for a long time for a lot of people was either in the merchandise. I had the toys. I had the Luke Skywalker with the wrong color lightsaber action figure. I had we had the comics, because the comics had started coming out even before the movie came out. The adaptation of the movie had come out before the movie came out. So my interactions were really the earliest with the comics that Roy Thomas and Howard Chaykin did, my first, I would say, adult novel that I ever read was Splinter of the Mind's Eye, which was Alan's just in case Star Wars failed movie sequel, and so I fairly early on got the notion that this is a world that could be expanded upon. And I was, particularly a fan of the Marvel series as I was growing up. I did my own comics, my own sort of version of Star Wars. It was not Star Wars fan fiction. I didn't know what that was. I was also a little capitalist, and I knew I wanted to be able to sell my stories one day. So it's strange that pretty much almost all of my work ever since then has been in somebody else's sandbox.
So I want to know, though, you actually touched on one of my next questions, which was you talked about growing up with the comics, and you have this vast array of different types of genres, like different types of formats you write in. So you have the comics, you have the short stories, you have the full-length novels, some in series, some in standalone. So in your head as a writer, where is it that you decide, this is a direction I want to go when you're deciding what story you're writing? How do you know whether it's each one of those different things?
Well, I mean, it starts with them coming to you and saying, we would like you to write for this or that or the other thing. I mentioned the passport. It was the case that once I did, I got Star Wars because I had written Iron Man for Marvel, and showed that I could write that character and not mess it up. But once I had worked for Star Wars in comics, I got the opportunity to do short stories for the StarWars.com website. I then got to do the short stories for Lost Tribe of the Sith. That led to doing novels. Also in there, I did work for the Star Wars role-playing game from Wizards of the Coast at the time. And basically, as far as which medium or which format something belongs in, I mean, sometimes a story can actually work better in another, and you'll hang on to it and use it later. The Kenobi novel, which was my first New York Times bestseller, was originally a graphic novel. It was going to be a graphic novel that I was going to do for the 20th anniversary of Star Wars, would have been 2007. And as I continued to write the outline and turn in new revisions of it, it got longer and longer and longer and longer, and we realized this will never in a million years fit. And so I put it on the shelf and said, okay, if I ever get to write a novel, it'll be available. And it would be 6 years before that would happen, but it was pretty much off the shelf.
By the way, you just definitely, it still freaks me out when you're like, oh, in 2007 on the 20th, I'm like, oh my Lord.
Has it been that long?
I was like, and so we're getting up to 2027 here shortly. So what about your progression? So how did that, what was your kind of order of getting into it?
Well, most of the time, I've only done a few comics, and those were contracted for as comics / graphic novel sort of thing. Most of the time, after 40 years of doing this, I know whether an idea is short story, novelette, novella, or novel, or possibly trilogy idea. Though, as John said, sometimes they will surprise you, and this will get longer than I expected. But most of the time, if somebody says, would you do a Star Wars short story, I can come up, okay, here's an idea that will fit in the word requirement they're offering. Sometimes, actually, as far as trilogies are concerned, I've got 3 sort of trilogies, but aside from the original Thrawn trilogy and the Ascendancy trilogy, all of those books have been contracted one at a time. So things like Spectre of the Past, Vision of the Future, some of those I can pick up plot threads, but I can't start one that I know has to go on, because I don't know if I'll ever get that next book. So that's kind of a limitation. I don't know, have you ever, how does that work with you?
Well, I mean, one of the things when I did Knights of the Old Republic, because I did that series for what ended up being 57 issues over the course of 2 things. That's something where I didn't have all 5 years planned out at the very beginning, but I did plant a bunch of seeds for things that we could draw upon later, and then we had to actually deal with things that were going to arise, having nothing to do even with our publishing schedule. For example, I hit a traitor in the series for 3 years. And I never knew whether I was going to get to pull the trigger on that. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to tell the artist this is what's going to start happening. This character's posture, everything is going to change. His speaking style is going to change starting here, because the person inside this Mandalorian armor is not the same person as they were in the beginning of the series. But I wrote it so it worked both ways. And I had the option then that if we didn't get to actually finish the series, or if it were to be canceled like a TV show or something like that in the middle, that it wouldn't look weird. And fortunately, we actually did get to change that. But I mean, we had all sorts of things happening. That Dark Horse decided in the middle of Knights of the Old Republic that they wanted to do a crossover, like most comics universes have. Literally, it was the email that started it was the editor saying, "We'd like to do the same thing everybody else is doing. We want to do our own crossover." And what it meant was it dumped a story in the middle of my series, where I had to set aside everything I had planned, and we ended up flip-flopping what in my mind had been the next year's arc of stories. We ended up reversing them because we wanted to actually show that the events of our crossover vector had major implications. And so we're changing things on the fly. But you can do that if it's something like a monthly comic book. You know, you can sort of do that in a trilogy of novels if something has come along that you have to deal with. But that's kind of how it works.
So you talk about, oh, sorry.
John talking about, we want to do what everybody else did.
Yeah.
My agent had a nice phrase where they said, everybody wants to be first to be second. Nobody wants to take a gamble on Harry Potter, but boy, do they want to have the first Harry Potter clone out there.
That's a great quote. I like that one. You talked about planting seeds. What about the ones that you didn't even think you were planting? So I want to know from each of you, what is that surprise, either character or story, that they came back to you, whether it was, Lucasfilm came back to you, or somebody came back to you and like, oh, no, we want you to go with this. And you ended up writing a story that you're like, I didn't even know that one was coming, but it was based on something that was in one of your stories.
The last page of Scoundrels was suggested by the editors, which we won't say anything more about that. But if you read that book twice, it's a bit different the second time, so you see some things that you wouldn't have noticed before. It was before I wrote the novel, so I could put all this stuff in, but again, it's make it look very reasonable, make it look like nothing else is happening, and then hit them with the hard right angle turn. Aside from that, probably the closest thing would be that Outbound Flight was postponed until after the Attack of the Clones. It was supposed to be before that because that's where it fit chronologically in the series, and for some reason they postponed it till after. Still not sure why, but the upshot of that was because we had Attack of the Clones. I had all these new spaceships that the Techno Union and the Separatists were using. That was it DK who did all the little cross sections. I could look at all the cross sections. Here's a weakness. Thrawn can exploit that. So I got to use their stuff where I would have had to invent my own before. So that's a case where, okay, we're going to change everything, but very much for the better.
One of the running themes of all of my previous work in Star Wars had been basically the Jedi alone. Obviously, Luke Skywalker was the prototypical Jedi alone cut off from the Order, but Knights of the Old Republic, Knight Errant, even Lost Tribe of the Sith has a sole Jedi in it on a planet full of Sith. Obi-Wan Kenobi in Kenobi, he's the only Jedi left in his mind. The Kanan novel, New Dawn. All of these are about Jedi trying to actually decide what they're going to do, how they're going to do their thing for the galaxy without the Jedi Order there to support them, tell them what to do, tell them not what to do. And a lot of my books had been critical about the Jedi Order as an organization. Whenever the Jedi get together in clubs, usually somebody starts a war. Something no good happens, and this whole thing about no connections, I have just a lot of critiques of that in my previous work. So when they asked me to do a Jedi Council novel this spring, or actually last spring now, I was kind of surprised because it's like, we want you to do a novel about the Jedi Council in action, and my response was, Jedi Council in action is pretty much their whole thing. They don't do anything. And I said, so I'm a weird person to do this, but as they say in Star Trek, only Nixon could go to China. And I said, all right, here's what I want to do. I want to do a novel where the whole springboard is Qui-Gon Jinn walks into the Jedi Council chamber 1 year before Phantom Menace, and he says, when was the last time you people actually helped anyone? You sit in this room, you come up with rules, you come up with prophecies, you never let anybody but Mace Windu and Yoda talk. You send poor Uriel Hoof out to get pizza. And you have no idea what's going on outside this literal tower of yours. There could be a senator about to take over the Republic, and you wouldn't even know it. He's nicer than that, but he says get out and touch grass. And Mace Windu, to his credit, says challenge accepted, road trip, and that becomes the living force. And so we ended up actually putting a map in every copy of the book, and the special edition is the color edition of the map of the planet that they go to. But yeah, I mean, it was, and again, I was surprised to get the offer to do it, But I was also surprised by my reaction when I was writing it, because there are 12 different Jedi in the Order, or rather on the Council, and they don't all agree. And they have different variations of thinking about these things. We have characters like Depa Billaba, who, you know, she idolizes Kara Holt from Knights of the Old Republic, or rather from Knight Errant, you know, as a legendary figure. And so yeah, you know, they all have their different reasons, and some of them are more supportable than others for the way that they run the Order.
So writing in the Thrawn trilogy, writing in The Living Force, how do you decide, or do you get to decide, which character's path you're going to follow? Or are you basically told, hey, this is our guy, you know, you've got to, because you're writing in somebody else's IP, and so you don't have control over all of it. So when you do have control, how do you decide which story you're going to follow? And then if you don't have control, you know, how do you like grasp onto that other story and tell that person's story instead?
Generally, I tell all the stories. I mean, I've got multiple characters, and most of the time they have stories worth following until they all intersect at the end in the great massive battle with 5 or 6 points of view that George bequeathed to us, which are fun to do. So nobody's ever, I don't think they've told me. There was one time where Lucasfilm had this idea of a character being in the novels, the comics, and maybe the games. And they gave me this character, okay, this is who it is, can you put this in the book? Time they said, we want this character in. Okay, he's a minor role, but pivotal in some ways. So, but other than that, they've basically said, tell us what you want to do, we'll tell you which sections you can't, and then we'll vet the final manuscript, and just turn me loose on it. Have they been telling you?
Every so often they'll give you a character that they want you to insert because it's somebody that they're going to use someplace else or something like that, and that's the whole idea of the Lucasfilm Story Group. It's to actually make these things look planned, and they are. We were able to actually have sneak previews of some of these things, and it's all coordinated. On the Living Force, yeah, I was told at the beginning, yeah, there's 12 members of the Jedi Council, but you don't have to give everybody something to do. And I said, no, that's all problem. We don't know the voices of Stacey Tin. We don't know the voices of Uriel. We don't know the voices of some of these characters. Adi Gallias, we've only seen a couple of times. And I said, I've been doing Star Trek with huge casts, and so I got out my spreadsheet, and I figured out how to do a story where all 12 members got important things to do, and they were stories that looped around on each other, and we have a very fun sort of a buddy cop movie thing going on between Ki-Adi-Mundi and Uriel Poof. And again, it all is streamlined and makes sense. It is not what I would call beginner level kind of stuff to try to put that many characters in, because we're talking about 16 point of view characters in this novel, because you've got those 12 plus I had to have Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, and then we get our villains.
So when you have some of these different IPs that you're working in, so you've got your Star Trek and your Star Wars, and a lot of times people are in one camp or the other. I say you can be in both camps, but have you ever created a character that was the essence of that character was meant for your Star Wars books or for your Star Trek books, and then you're like, you know what, it didn't work, but I can take the essence of that character and work them into the other universe. So I'm curious about that for either of you.
Generally speaking, I start with, when I'm starting to plot out a book, the main characters start out as cardboard cutouts. Okay, this is a villain, we'll call him Thrawn, this is a heroine, a new character, we'll call her Mara Jade. And as I develop the storyline, the characters start to flesh out. And it goes both directions. I can have, okay, this is something cool, I'll need one of these characters to have this ability or this predisposition or something. Or this is a cool thing for this character that'll affect the way the story goes. So I don't ever come up with a character that doesn't fit the universe I'm writing in because they start out automatically fitting into the universe.
What I find is that a number of the books that I've done for different franchises kind of rhyme. So I wrote the Kenobi novel, Obi-Wan Kenobi's, getting over or trying to adjust after losing the Republic and everything like that. The equivalent novel in my Star Trek canon is a book called Die Standing, which is about Michelle Yeoh's character from what's going to be the new Section 31 show. The Mirror Universe Emperor who controlled everything and then lost everything. And so this is likewise a character who's having to deal with having lost more than anybody has ever lost and trying to decide, like Obi-Wan, how to go forward. I found that I had rhyming things going on between the New Dawn novel with Kanan, who doesn't know what happened in Order 66. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have a purpose. He's just drinking his way through what remains of his life. Well, that same book, more or less, we get in a book I did called Rogue Elements in Star Trek for Picard, which is the Rios character, who gets thrown out of Starfleet, doesn't know why, and has to basically bum around as a Han Solo-like character in Star Trek, except he drinks more, smokes more, and has a more active social life. But it rings a lot of the same bells in these things, and every so often you are able to bring ideas over. That title, Rogue Elements, was one of the possible titles for New Dawn. The original title was going to be Loose Cannons, and then they said, okay, yeah, we're actually making this the first novel in the new era of canon. I said, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't do that. but yeah, so I use that there. And then very infrequently, I will take I'll have an in-joke in one universe and use it in another. There is an artifact that shows up in Lost Tribe of the Sith that then also appears in Knights of the Old Republic in the comics, that then appears in Rogue Elements in a junk pile on a ship somewhere. And again, for those in the know, they know.
So cool. I love those little secrets. That's great.
There is in the Bane books universes, there's a character named Buckley who shows up periodically in everybody's books to get killed. So he's been killed something like probably 50 times at this point. So it's become kind of an in-joke. Wait for Buckley to show up. Oh, okay, we know he's going to die. Let's see what he does.
Oh my God, you killed Buckley.
Basically, yes.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm going to be leaving some time for some questions, so I'm going to get to a couple more here. But I'm going to do the thing that we're never supposed to do as writers.
Harder. Harder. I need to be punished harder, Mommy.
I'm trying to pull your lever, Bentley. I can't reach it. Can you squat and bring it lower? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Wow. I even shocked myself on that one.
And I'm going to say, tell me about your favorite baby. So I'm going to start with you, Timothy. Who is your favorite baby?
Generally, whatever I'm working on at the moment is the most exciting thing, because if you're just going through the motions, it's going to show. That's as far as I will go with that. I got 70 of them, and I don't want them fighting among themselves. What I'm most excited about is whatever I'm working on right now. So that would, at this point, the Icarus saga, I'm finishing that.
I'll tell you, I never even knew this was something I could ask for. People for years had said, what's the franchise you haven't done yet? And the Tim Burton, Batman movies, I saw the original 12 times in the theater. I wrote reviews of it for my college paper. My reviews from back then, I had questions about it, about the movie. and I've got to actually address all of the questions about the movie in Batman Resurrection with the permission of Warner Brothers and Random House and DC Comics. And we've had the support of Michael Uslan, this producer that brought everybody the Batman movies. I got a really nice note from Sam Hamm, the screenwriter of the film. Met Danny Elfman 3 weeks ago in New York. Again, I love Star Wars. I love Star Trek. I don't write in any franchise anymore if I can help it if I'm not a fan, because that's just work, and fans can tell that you don't really love it. But this has been wonderful, and the day that we released the book 2 weeks ago, we announced that the sequel is coming out by me next fall, Batman Revolution. So we have Resurrection and Revolution.
This is not happening inside the Matrix, is it?
No, it is absolutely real.
So tell me about some of the other books. You had mentioned that you're working on your Icarus. Is it a trilogy, or is it?
It's 6 books.
6 books. Okay.
So the first 4 are out. The 5th comes out next month, and the last one comes out in April. So finishing up the last book, doing the final edit after our son, who blind edited it, is finished. So after that, I'll be going on to the 5th Manticore Ascendant novel I'm working on with David Weber. After that, hopefully some more Star Wars. We're having trouble getting Lucasfilm to stand still long enough for us to pitch ideas at them. We have 97,000 projects going at the moment. So I've got hopes of doing more Star Wars. Then I go into my file of, I could do this book, and start doing those.
And some of your babies. So, like, what are you working on now? What
Well,
are some of your
as I
stuff
mentioned, Revolution is the one now, and I have another. There's another thing I can't mention yet, but again, he's right. Something like Star Wars is a big moving freight train, and it's moving in a lot of directions on a lot of tracks at once, and you never know when it will happen. You've mentioned you've been in and out of Star Wars many times. I've had that period now too, where when 2014, when New Dawn was coming out, that's when they brought us both to San Francisco for Lucasfilm to do the recording for announcing what the Legends thing would be and everything after that. I managed to get Tim lost on the Presidio of San Francisco. All the buildings look alike. Only one of them has Yoda in front. But again, I mean, at that time I had a novel and you hadn't for a while, and then you had your trilogies and coming back, and then I was 10 years between novels, but we're never gone because they have us doing. Even though I hadn't done a novel between New Dawn and Living Force, I had done short stories and a novella for Canto Bight, the book there. They just try to find things that fit their schedule and our schedule, and that will be interesting for us.
I've heard horror stories from Star Trek writers who've been a third of the way through a sanctioned novel, and some episode of Deep Space Nine cuts the legs right out from under it. And much as I want to do more Star Wars, I don't want that to happen to me. I'm sure Lucasfilm doesn't either. It's a waste of everybody's time.
I will say it feels nice doing the standalone novel. That's what Living Force was. And basically, that's the way it all works with this sort of thing. The farther away something is from actually being an active project. I did the 40th anniversary graphic novel for Battlestar Galactica, and it was pretty much go nuts because it was not anything that was going to have anything colliding with anytime soon.
Same thing with the Ascendancy trilogy. It's out in the unknown regions, just fighting enemies of various sorts. It's way off camera of anything Lucasfilm is going to do, so they let me do virtually anything I wanted to in those.
So both of you are by the way, in a couple of minutes, we will be starting to open this up to your questions. So you are welcome to start to line up at this microphone if you like for your questions, but we'll get to them in just a couple of minutes. So both of you guys are together certainly this is like the unified, most prolific voice in the Star Wars universe up here, I feel. And so I'm curious, have either of you ever been brought an idea that you were like, Timothy's like, you know what, this feels like more of one of John's, or vice versa, or maybe not because of the idea, but because of your schedule, or like what kind of like back and forth might have existed between the two of you, if any at all?
Well, I never wanted to do anything. I wasn't going to touch Thrawn at all. but also, all of my work was in the Old Republic, and I felt that was safe from colliding with all of the new stuff, and also that I didn't have to memorize as much stuff. And so yeah, I think people in this line, we kind of take care to not overwrite or overrule or overdub any previous works that are out there. To try to we want to get everything to coexist. However, that's not a requirement. I wrote Iron Man for a year 20 years ago, and basically Brian Michael Bendis erased my year in one page, and but that's okay, because if I get in again, it's coming back. But that's okay. I haven't actually been even asked for a while, right?
Leland Shee said something years before the Disney acquisition, that everything in Star Wars is somebody's favorite. And that includes the books. So we do try not to overrun each other's stuff. We try not to, if we have to change something, we go in with a scalpel, not a machete. And I think that's shown, the fans recognize that, care, and appreciate it.
I love that I can be a fan of both of yours, and it's just like some of the commentary that I read, like, you're like my favorite villains, and you are my favorite heroes, and I just love getting to marry those together. That's
and
great.
as for thinking, well, this is a John idea, not a Tim idea, I think John could take any idea and write a good book out of it. So I wouldn't, or
depends on what they pay.
There's that, of course. But it's not a matter of, well, this sounds more like something John would like to. I think I could take on pretty much any idea, and vice versa.
We're professionals. This is what we do.
That's our job.
I have no doubt that you could both cover both. I was just curious if it was ever something that crossed your mind. And with that, we have quite a line growing, so we're going to go ahead and start to open up to some of your questions.
All right, thank you. My name is Jeremiah. I'm from Empire Radio, Star Wars podcast. My question is for Mr. Zahn. When Thrawn is mentoring somebody in the Empire, does he actually care about that individual, or is he just crafting him into a tool he can use in the future?
Thrawn recognizes, like all the rest of us, he's not going to live forever. He wants minds and people who can take over from him down the line, or be someplace he cannot be. He wants people to be able to do not the same thing he does, but not the way he does, the way each individual will learn how to track logic, track ideas and such. So it's, yeah, he is interested in the person learning how to do this. And people who are teachable, he will spend the time to teach. But it's not just as an asset. He knows he's not going to be everywhere at all and not forever. So it's not just a tool I can use. It's I want allies, not tools.
Afternoon. Both of you have written non-human characters. I'm thinking Tusken Raiders and Chiss. How do you write a species that doesn't exist?
The Tusken Raiders, some of that groundwork when I was writing Kenobi had already been done in Outlander, which was a previous comic series. I tried to give them their own mythology, their own point of view. I did not necessarily assume that they were necessarily nice people. It's possible that several of these alien species, as we see in Star Trek, might not be able to coexist on a planet together without their needs colliding, and then we get conflict from that. But even within that, I mean, we were able to show, in the Tusken Raiders, in Kenobi that they were traumatized by what Anakin had done a few years earlier. And I said, well, this is not all Tusken Raiders that think this, but we zeroed in on this particular group and showed that they were just on the verge of collapse as a result of what happened. And so we begin to sort of identify with them, but there's always a remove there where, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, but we're still not going to be friends because of just the differences between the cultures and the species.
Yeah, basically, when I'm doing like the Chiss, especially in the Ascendancy trilogy, I'm building the culture, and as I build the culture, there are certain types of people that will fit into the story and be products of that culture. And by the time I've got a lot of those ideas, the characters are also, again, fleshed out and ready to go into the story.
Hi, my name is John, and this question is from Mr. Miller. So you did the Knights of the Old Republic comic series, which is still one of my favorite comic series of all time. Absolutely love it. Read it once a year or so. That series, you know, it was really intricate. You had a lot of moving parts, a lot of point of view characters, and it seems like you had a lot of it planned out in advance. But was there ever a point where you looked at what you were working on and went, "This isn't going the way I wanted to. I'm just going to try and, you know, change everything," or was it all just this beautiful machine from the get-go that worked perfectly?
Again, yeah, I mentioned that you know, it's a moving target doing a comic series, and I changed the order in which I did certain things. A comic series is like a sailing ship. You kind of know what ports you want to visit along the way, but you don't know how you're going to tack from one to the next to the next. You know, I mentioned that Vector ended up reordering what I was going to do. The entire Covenant storyline, Jarail's storyline, was originally going to be before Zane resolves his whole murder mystery thing. And we flip-flop that. But other things like, you know, I had always intended, if this thing was going to go 150 issues, 250 issues, Zane was always going to get drafted into the Republic Army because there's a Mandalorian war going on. You know, and that was the worst thing I could imagine happening to him, and so I always want the worst thing to happen. I'm here to torture my characters. And yeah, you know, we had various iterations of things we were looking at possibly doing later, either in comics or in prose or in something else, and yeah, I kind of already know. And we actually, I've done threads on this where you know, we kind of know, or I kind of hinted at several places in the series what Zane's role during the Jedi Civil War would end up being, and what he ended up doing. There are clues in that, and I guess you'll have to Google that. but yeah, no, we always kind of were. As we were doing the series, I had these signposts I wanted to get to later on, or was willing to get to if they were willing to let us do it forever.
So we will probably have time for only about 3 more questions.
Hi, my name is Jacob, and I have a question for Mr. Zahn. The character Grand Admiral Thrawn survived Disney's acquisition. Many others characters didn't, and I was wondering, how does it feel to create a character with such that strong a legacy?
We writers do the best characters and best stories we can. Which ones the readers will grab onto is not our decision. We want you to grab onto all of them. So it's always something of a surprise. It's very humbling, it's very gratifying when one of your characters or more last a third of a century. So I continue to be very humble, very, very pleased at the fact that Thrawn is still out there, is still entertaining people. And every time I sit down to a book, I want this to be something the fans really like. When they finish the book, put it down, yes, that was worth the dollars and the time I spent with it. That is the goal.
Thanks for what you do.
My name is Austin Jacob. The question I had, what would be this is for both of you, what would be the favorite monkey wrench you've thrown at a character or a plot line, be it in your old Thrawn books or Knights of the Old Republic or some of your newer stuff?
generally don't think of throwing monkey wrenches into things. I have the story. Are you talking about plot twists and such, or just
things like that?
My books tend to have a puzzle box aspect to it, where the characters have to figure something out, and those are always entertaining to do. The goal is for the reader to catch on about half a page before the characters do, and be able to follow the clues that way. No favorite jumps out at me. There have been so many. I'm sure everybody who's read one has their own particular favorites. So we can tally the room later on. But yeah, nothing shows up as, oh, that is very cool for me to do.
Well, during the Knights of the Old Republic comics, that was the whole thing. Is we were hitting St. Carrick and Griff with something terrible. And they think they're escaping the Jedi, and they run into the D-Day in the Mandalorian Wars. Something would always happen, but I would say the most fun twist I've done in Star Wars or in anything in a long time, in The Living Force, I'll just say that a major plot point is made out of Yoda's glamour. And you'll realize how that's possible and why that works, and why it's one of the funniest moments we've had in Star Wars in a long time.
I literally laughed out loud. I was like literally laughing out loud. My husband's like, "What is going on?"
And now you've got to read the book.
You do.
And now, read the book you must.
And with that great advice to read the book you must, unfortunately, we are out of time with these two amazing gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Booth 819
and 821 right next to each other. You can sneer at both of us together.
And we have copies of books. Lots of books.
And they stepped away from their booths to be here, so definitely go visit these amazing guys. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Our guest today is an author known for her novels in the Pathfinder world of Galarian, not to mention her Dragon Age novels and Athelis series, and I'm probably going to pronounce that wrong. But please welcome Leanne Merciel to Epic Realms. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I have to apologize for the terrible lighting. I don't do a lot of these, and so it's just kind of library ceiling lighting. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. It's not like you got the you don't need the professional like lighting setup all around where you're at, so it's not a big deal. And for the people listening to the podcast, they can't tell anyhow, so we're good there.
Excellent.
Did I pronounce that right? Your first book series. What was that? What was the series called? With
So there were two books in that series, the Athelos series. That was The River King's Road and Heaven's Needle, and I've kind of like dumped them into the back holes of my memory. But they were fun to write. But yeah, soon after writing those, I did the transition into tie-in, which was also really fun because you get to play in worlds where someone else has already done all of the heavy lifting. They've built everything out, they've come up with the rules set, and so I just thought that that was much easier and more fun.
Nice.
But yeah.
So you grew up moving around and growing up kind of all over the U.S., right? How much did you move around, and do you think that that helped you or hindered you in your writing?
Well, we moved around a lot because my dad was in the army, and I don't know if it was the moving itself that gave me material to work with so much as the somewhat unusual circumstances. My dad was, well, let me put it this way. One of my earliest memories was I was 5 years old, and my dad brought out a spool of wire and taught me how to make rabbit snares. And this is when we were living in Alaska. And then we went out and he's like, and this is a wild cabbage patch. And this is where you plant it. You look for the little rabbit trails, and then you put this steel noose over the rabbit trails. And like on one level, that's super messed up, but you can see where that feeds into, you know, fantasy world building.
Right. Well, that's their way of getting food.
Right. So I never actually did catch a rabbit myself, but there was a lot of that. There was another time when we were, again, living in Alaska, we went out to this frozen lake, and we had axes and a chainsaw, and we cut blocks of ice out of the lake, and then built an igloo on the front lawn, a real functional igloo, and I lived in there for a week.
Wow, that's awesome.
It was surprisingly warm. I would just sit in there.
I'm always surprised by that with the, you try to keep the warm temperature in and you think that the ice would melt, but just the structure just doesn't happen. So it's really
So
fascinating.
yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff like that. And wherever we went, there would always be something along those lines of just like, here's a different environment. Here are the things you can do in that environment. So we moved down to Washington State, and then there it was all about the wild blackberries, which grow everywhere there, and wild hazelnuts, and how to catch fish and that kind of thing. And then we moved to Germany, and that was fun because I got to see all of the castles in real life and go down, and they'll do a number of just really amazing tours, and you can see both what was actually real then and then what later people kind of embroidered onto it. Like I think there's I don't know if it's actually officially called the Torture Museum in Rothenburg, but there's one of those that has all of those crazy devices that nobody historically actually used.
Right.
But they're there, and you can go look at them in the museum.
And be curious about how terrifying they are.
Yeah. Which, again, fed into a lot of the stuff that I ended up writing for Pathfinder, because it was like in Cheliax, people get tortured to death, and it was like, I know how that works.
For sure. Did you write a lot when you were younger, when you were a kid?
I did, yeah. I grew up reading, so in the Army bookstores, they had just a ton of role-playing material because it's very popular with the armed forces. You got a lot of downtime to kill, and so gaming was very big there. And I remember at the end of every season, they would have these big, like, warehouse sales, essentially. And I found the old Dragonlance trilogy with the Larry Elmore cover on it.
Yeah.
And the artwork was so beautiful and compelling, and I was like, I don't know, maybe 10 years old at the time. I had no idea what the story was about. I didn't know anything about Dungeons & Dragons or Dragonlance or anything. But I was just like, that looks cool. I wonder what's in that. So I bought that and then just got like pulled into the whole thing and thought it would be really cool to be able to write one of those one day.
Yeah.
That was my dream. I didn't want to be like a New York Times bestseller. I didn't want to have a movie adaptation. I wanted to write those books.
Yeah, that's really cool. I had a similar in school. I picked up the Ursula K. Le Guin series because of the scholastic cover of the wizard with the staff up and the dragon breathing, smoke out. I was just, that is so cool. I want to read that. And that was my intro into the genre, if you will.
Yeah, cover artists are just, they've brought so many kids in.
Right, for sure. What was school like? We were talking about you bouncing around a lot, and did school have a hand in your writing as well?
Not directly. Not until I went to college and like we did all the medieval history stuff. One thing that did happen was when we were in Germany, my parents thought it would be good and character building, I think was the phrase they used, to enroll me in a German school. I didn't speak German, but they were like, it'll be good immersion. You'll learn quickly.
Wow.
So I did that for 3 years. By the end of it, I could pass. Like, I could earn passing grades, except in Latin, because it turns out if you don't speak German, then learning Latin in German is actually quite difficult. So I failed Latin, like straight Fs across the board. Only class in my life I've ever failed, and I'm still bitter about it.
Ow. Not you just go back and be like, look at me now. Look at me now.
Yeah, I still don't know Latin.
What were some of your other influences writing when you were a kid? You mentioned Dragonlance and that. Were there other books or just the Dragonlance series?
No, I loved a lot of the graphic novel stuff. Elaine Cunningham was one of my favorite authors when I was a kid. I don't know, there was just something extra compelling about her characters. They seemed to have like that extra degree of humanity. So I thought that was really cool. I thought R.A. Salvatore wrote amazing fight scenes. I was just like, how does he choreograph them so precisely?
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I loved that. And then all of the classics too, Lloyd Alexander, obviously Tolkien. Yeah, all that. Just like 80s into 90s fantasy, I know them all.
Right. Did you get into the actual role-playing, the games at all?
I tried to. I actually tried to join one of those army groups I was talking about, and they were like, you're a kid, you can't.
Wow.
I did the classic blunder of trying to start my own group as a kid who did not really understand the rules with my younger siblings as the players. And there was just...
Oh, that's hilarious. But so many people, they get their start there. That's how they get going. So, I just assume maybe that might be the case as well.
No, but I did actually get into it later on in high school. Actually, that's how I met my husband. We were playing on those AOL chat room games. And my character wanted to learn some spells that his character had. Okay. So I was like, I know how to make this happen. And then we got married, so.
I think there might be some stuff in between there that you're skipping out on, but we don't need to go there. So when you first started after high school, you mentioned that you ended up going to college and you did some stuff there. What kind of was your influence for where you were going to go and kind of what you wanted to learn while you were there?
Well, where I wanted to go was, like, honestly, I just went to the best school that I got into. Figuring that, if nothing else, I could trade on the prestige of a name to, like, have greater flexibility in career choices later on.
Okay.
And then I thought, well, if I'm going to law school, then my undergrad major doesn't actually matter that much. So I have freedom to do what I want to do, and so I just took a bunch of medieval history classes. That's pretty much what I did. Figuring, like, I can't translate this into a job, but I don't need to.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Were there challenges in that?
Well, some of my professors got really mad when I made the mistake of telling them why I was taking their classes. They were just like, this is all very serious stuff. And I'm like, tell me more about how people, like, used to fight over acorns.
But a lot of that stuff you used in your novels, right? Like, that information helped you.
It was absolutely invaluable. And, I am truly very grateful to those professors because they taught me so much. And reading the primary sources and understanding where all of these epics have their roots was incredibly valuable to learn. So even if they didn't appreciate my clumsy freshman way of trying to explain that to them, I am truly and deeply grateful to all of those professors and all the things that they taught me.
You kind of have your two worlds between your writing and practicing law. Were they kind of parallel from the onset after college? Like, did you start writing right away and working, or was one coming later than the other?
In law school, there was no time to write. I had to spend all of my time studying, and so that was just like a nothing happening period. And then I got my first job, and it was super stressful at first because I didn't understand how anything worked, and so I practiced criminal law, and I didn't understand how criminal courtrooms work in real life, which is just everybody yells at you all the time, and they're very mean, and they're very impatient if you don't understand how everything is supposed to work. So that took a second to get used to, but then once I got a handle on it, then I finally had time to get used to that, and then, so I would write at that point. I would get up super, super early, like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, write a little bit, hit the gym, come back, write again, go to work, and then come back from work and just, like, pass out, and that was it. So it was kind of a miserable monastic lifestyle, and not sustainable outside of your early 20s, but it worked. I banged out the first book in about 3 months, figuring it was just going to be a practice manuscript, and I would build up a thick skin by getting it rejected by every agent I could send it to.
Right.
And then, to my surprise, it actually sold, and then, like, that's kind of where everything started. But I was just writing that one as fast as I could before I slowed down enough to scare myself with the audacity of what I was trying to do.
Yeah. What was that process like for you, for the first time sitting down and be like, okay, I'm going to write this book, and it sounds like you didn't have a ton of experience putting a novel together, correct?
No, I didn't have any. That was the first time I had tried it. I did write a number of short stories first, which is what I always tell people now. If they're like, how do you get started? I'm like, well, practice with short stories first, because then you get the structure down, the pacing, the sentence level, just how to build a scene type stuff. And then after that, I had a loose outline for kind of where I wanted the novel to go, what beats I wanted to hit, and then I would just sit down and try to get, from point A to point B all the way across the map. And that was it. Like, again, I thought it was just going to be a practice exercise, so I wasn't super stressed about, like, making the language all flowy and beautiful. It was just kind of like, does it work? Okay, great.
And then that book got picked up, right?
Yeah, it did. It sold. and that was fun and terrifying, and then they wanted a sequel to it, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I definitely had no experience writing to deadline, so that was so stressful that I was sick for, I think, 12 straight weeks because my immune system just crashed and burned.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then after that, I was like, maybe I should just write tie-in. Maybe that's easier for life. Which it turned out it definitely was.
I see. So, when you, I'm assuming the first one is the River Kings, right? That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How was the process after between them telling you that you wanted a sequel and you getting it like accepted? What was your mindset like? Oh my gosh, I was just practicing this and it got accepted right away. I can't wait till this comes out. And what was your expectations for the book?
I truly had no expectations because I had no idea what was going to happen. I was just like, I hope people don't hate it, and I hope they don't write nasty reviews because if they do, I will cry. And that was kind of it. That was where it started and ended.
Did you ever want to do a third one?
I think I could have come up with a story if people had asked for that, but I did not have one in my head. So it was kind of like, a lot of those TV shows where it's just like, it gets picked up for a second series and you're just like, oh, well, I only had one story.
Yeah. So that's not a thing that you're like, man, I really want to get that third. A lot of people have that feeling where they got to get a third one out. If they have two, they can't not let it go. But
no, I feel it was a lot more like Shogun getting picked up for more seasons, and you're just like, okay, but the book stopped there. So,
okay, fair enough. So how did you connect with Paizo? I know you did a short story. Was that kind of where that started?
no, so what happened with that was, I guess Pierce Waters at Paizo had read The River King's Road and was just like, oh, this actually reads like whoever wrote it had a background in gaming, because a lot of this mechanically feels a lot like role-playing games, which is like weird.
Yeah.
So then he reached out to my agent and was like, do you think this person would have any interest in writing for Pathfinder? And I was like, yes, I would like to live out my childhood dream. Thank you very much for asking.
And so where did it go from there? They're just like, here's a short story, or you were like, here, I have a short story.
Yeah, they were just kind of like, do you want to write a short story? And then they gave me the word count for it, and they wanted it to be in, I think, 4 parts. I think it was supposed to be 4 parts of about 1,000 to 1,500 words a piece. And that was just kind of like an audition to get a sense for the world, see if I was willing to do the research, see if the tone matched what they were looking for.
Yeah.
And so I think that early short story ended up being pretty different from what I ultimately wrote novel-wise, but the characters came back. And then I guess that worked out, and they were like, where do you want to write? And I was thinking about it, and so like one of my big things with writing is because my background is as a GM, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking of like, what is the most horrific, awful image I can come up with that would really terrify and disgust my players? And if I can nail that, I feel like somebody who just like hits that perfect tennis shot or like hole in one on a golf swing feels so good, right?
Yeah.
So when they told me that, I was thinking about this being like, the main thing that I'm trying to achieve, just secretly to amuse myself whenever I write a book. And I'm like, well, I could do Nidal or I could do Cheliax. How about one of those two? I feel like those are good fits for my skill set.
And here you ended up getting to do both eventually, right?
Yeah, it was great. I was so happy.
What was it that drew you to writing about Nidal?
Well, I was just like, on paper, back when I first got involved in it, on paper, it was kind of a really cool but underdeveloped concept. And I was like, I feel like potentially there could be a lot of nuance and depth here.
Yeah.
But also it could very easily flatten out into like a cartoon type world. And again, like I thought it was just like really interesting to me. Like, how would this work mechanically? Like, how would it feel to live there? And why hasn't everybody gone just like absolutely insane? How is this still a quasi-functioning society? So I just really wanted to dig into like how I thought that could work.
How much world building did they give you the freedom to do, as opposed to like this is how this works, this is how that works?
So as far as Nidal goes, I had almost complete freedom as long as it didn't contradict anything that had already been established. So, like the capital is the capital and this is the ruling hierarchy. But in terms of like fleshing all of that out, yeah, they let me pretty much do that. And then obviously parts of the game world that were more built up, that had more prominence, like Cheliax and the World Wound and all of that stuff, there was a lot more constraint in terms of, you know, just not contradicting what other people had done
Right.
and not interfering with where the adventure paths were going to go. But there was still a lot of freedom there.
Did they give you a lot of hey, follow these rule sets, or make sure the character you could stat out your characters or anything like that?
Well, yeah, everything had to go by like what was then first edition rules.
Mhm.
So it had to be possible to stat it out, but there was also room to invent new creatures, invent new spells, as long as it would be possible to stat it out and it didn't break anything in the game.
Nice. Did you find freedom in doing that, being a person who had been role playing a little bit now?
Oh yeah, it was great.
And writing.
Oh, it was perfect. I was so happy because I was like, so all my homebrew can become canon now.
That's every game master's dream, right?
I know, it was so good. I loved it. Yeah, that was great.
Before you came on to Pathfinder, were you playing Pathfinder, or were you playing D&D, or what were you playing?
So at that time, I was playing this weird, janky homebrew system that me and a couple of friends had come up with, and it made no sense, and the rules were really bad. So actually moving to a set of rules that worked was so relieving. Because our system...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Our system was kind of like, I want to say broadly D20 based. Like it had its roots in D20, but one of the collaborators to that system just like had no concept of how math works. So there was a lot of stuff. I guess ultimately it's not too surprising to say that kind of imploded because some of us wanted the rules to make sense and some of us didn't comprehend that as a thing.
When you started on, did you have to go and like get some of the books and read the stats and learn how the game was played, or did you already kind of have an idea of that?
Well, it was first edition, so I mean it was really close cousins to D&D at that time.
Correct, yeah.
And it was also like heavily rooted in D20, which I had been reading a lot of those source books even though I wasn't actively playing it at the time, so I kind of already knew how the rules worked.
Okay. Sounds good. So you had a lot of like credits in a lot of the RPG books as well that they came out with. Like the Night Owl book. What is the differences between writing one of the novels and then doing some of that material? Was it different for you? What kind of stuff did you contribute to those kinds of books?
It is a little bit different, but I've always been part of, or like primarily what I write is, you know, the lore and the fluff and not so much the actual crunchy rules, mechanics type stuff. Which I can do a little bit of, but I think kind of like where the line gets drawn for me personally is the monster entries. I can give you the background and the ecology of the monster and how it works and like what I think the mythology of the monster should be. And in terms of actual stats, I'm just like, I don't know, here's some numbers that make it look really hard. You can fix this in editing.
That's hilarious.
Sometimes I'll just put like bracket, big number, hard to hit, and then just like let them fix it.
How much notes do they give you when you're doing stuff like that?
It depends. It honestly depends on the project. For the kaiju, it was kind of like we want it to be huge and mythic and world-shaking and so incredible that literally a twitch of its tail could level a city block. And I was like, okay, I can write that, but I don't know how you stat that. I don't know how you stat that. And then for other stuff, it'll be much more open-ended, kind of like, what is some cool stuff about dwarf clans? I don't know, here, write dwarf clans. So it truly depends on the project, and I've always been very grateful to the Paizo developers because I feel like they do a great job of giving just enough structure that whatever you write is likely to be usable for their project. So you don't waste your time writing stuff that isn't what they want, but also gives you a great degree of creative freedom.
Yeah. Is there a lot of researching that you have to do with that, or can you just write to them and be like, hey, I need information on this, and then they just send you a bunch of stuff?
So if you're a contributor, you have access to digital files of everything they put out. And sometimes they'll point you towards particular resources and say, this is a good book that you should look at in order to make sure that whatever you're writing is consistent. But you don't have to like specifically request files because it's all there. It's just a question of like, do you know where to look in the library?
Yeah. when you're going through and you're writing, say, one of these novels, what do you think your strategy is for like building something new that's going to be later established in canon, in splat books, and little things that they publish back out? Do you have a plan and be like, this is what this is going to eventually be, or do you make something or create something and then it just takes on a life of its own separate of that?
Generally, when I've built something of my own, it's because I need something to fill a narrative purpose, and there's nothing quite right in, the bestiaries or established in any of the rule books where it's just like, I don't know if there's anything there that does what I need this thing to do for plot purposes. So I'll just write in what it looks like or what it feels like and what role it plays in the story. And then if they need to stat it out, they'll do that.
All right, so we're talking about Pathfinder, but I'd be remiss if we didn't switch topics a little bit, because there's a new video game that came out recently, and I don't know if you're much of a video game person, but you wrote one of the Dragon Age novels. Tell us a little bit about that, how that came to be, and your thoughts on that.
So I'm actually extremely bad at playing video games. When I do a video game project, I literally have to get my husband to play it for me, and then I just watch him play it. And then we'll do that for, a couple of hours a day until we get through the entire game. Because I love watching video games. I'm just incredibly bad at playing them. So, like, most recently we did Tears of the Kingdom, and I love watching it. It's beautiful landscapes. It's so well designed. The puzzles are great. But I can't even, like, hold the controller. I do not know which end of the controller is up, so... Yeah, I just never learned. My first and last video game system was the Sega Genesis with old school Sonic the Hedgehog.
Nothing wrong with Sonic.
No, it was a great game. I mean, I died a lot, but it was a great game. Last game I ever beat.
As long as you have fun with it, that's what matters. So did they just come to you and be like, "Hey, do you want to write this novel?" And then you're like, "Yeah, I'm in."
Yeah, they asked, and I was like, "That's funny. You should ask because we were just playing that game, and I love it. So yes, I would love to do that."
Had you read the other novels previous to that?
I had not read the novels. We did play through the 2 games that were out at that time, and I loved them. But no, I had to go back and read the novels to make sure that I was kind of, imitating the tone that they wanted, or hopefully at least in the right ballpark.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we start to see some extra sales of that book with the new game coming out, because, like I said, I'd be remiss if I didn't, like, it's going to be one of the hottest games, and it's just kind of getting out there now. It's like, well, you wrote a Dragon Age novel. We should definitely talk about that. What was something you really enjoyed about writing that novel?
I think that one was really fun because it was set in the past of the main game's continuity. It was not really set so much in the present day, although there was a frame story that was, which gave me a lot of freedom to, again, not contradict anything that had already been established and make sure it was in keeping with that. But because it was in the past and it couldn't interfere with anything that the player characters were ever going to be able to do, I could just make up characters, and that was fun. And it was also a fun challenge to write the type of story where it's like, we know the ending, because the ending is a big part of the series lore, but how do you make getting to that ending that everybody already knows interesting and compelling, and hopefully, have some suspense, even though everybody already knows the outcome.
Yeah.
So that was fun. The other fun thing about that was I got to make my dog a canon character. So
that's great. What about Dragon Age? And everybody's got a different answer when I ask this. What is it about Dragon Age that makes it new and fresh from a lot of the other fantasy genres out there? Because when that game came out, when those books came out, there was just something new and different and unique that made it special. What are your thoughts on that?
That is a really great question, and it's something that I would have to think about, because you're right, there was a lot there that felt really different, and there was also a lot there that felt just like very, I don't know, it was like you could play out all the classic stories. There's so many classic elements there. A lot of just like things that tie back to themes of self-sacrifice and enduring hardship because it's necessary and it helps other people.
Right.
And those are, of course, they go way, way back. That's, the oldest roots of the fantasy genre. But I think the way that they did it, the way that this was cloaked in all of the rituals of the world, the sacrifices of the wardens, and another thing they did too that I thought was a really cool wrinkle was this thing of like elves are not great, mighty, superior beings the way that they are in Tolkien. They're actually a very downtrodden underclass.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a fun, interesting wrinkle too. And just, magic having all of these downsides, which again is not new, but the way they did it was cool.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. It was one of my favorite series, books and video games. Are you hoping to have another novel or do anything more with that franchise?
I don't know. At the time that I finished that book, I was not really in a headspace to take on more projects, which is part of why I didn't end up writing a second Dragon Age novel at that time. So, if that bridge is not irreparably burned, and if they were to ask again, I think at this point I would be super excited to jump on it, but I didn't then, and I kind of regret that. But also, I don't think that I was in a space at that time to write a good enough novel for what the franchise deserved.
Okay.
So I kind of like have regrets, but also no regrets, I guess.
Yeah, that's understandable. Well, hopefully there is, and hopefully that door opens up for you, and we can get another one of those as well. Because I know a handful of people really love that series, and they love the work you did as well. So
I'm happy to hear that.
Let's step back to Pathfinder. We talked about Night Owl. We talked about that series, and you mentioned wanting to do something maybe in Cheliax, but you ended up doing Night Owl. But then later you did the Hell Knight book.
Yes, which is my favorite book. I think that's the only book I've done where I'm just like, yes, it came out the way I wanted it to, like completely.
What I really loved about that, and people that are listening that have read the book will probably agree with, is how you differentiated the different types of Hell Knights, as well as like what a paladin is and how they compare. Was that your plan going in to kind of set those differences going into that story? Or did that just kind of happen?
No, I'm like, one of my big goals going into that was just to be like, I wanted to do all three types of lawful and how they would play off of each other and how they would conflict with one another. And I just like, because I'm just a complete alignment nerd loser, that's really fun for me.
Right. It was great to read because you can see which ones are which and which way they followed.
Yeah, I don't know, it's fun for me to like play with that system.
Yeah, for sure. When you were fleshing out those characters, what were your plans in bringing them together, and how did you kind of outline where that would work, how you could point those out sitting down?
So, Cheliax is a good environment for that type of thing because it is such a unique and unusual society, and I think that Paizo as a team has done a great job just building out their world. So in Cheliax, you have this ancient history of back in the day, they were the flower of civilization, and it was a great and glorious time. And now things are kind of not so much that way, but as is often the case with empires that have fallen into that kind of draconian rule, everybody thinks they're the one true keeper of the flame, And if they all think that, and they all kind of have reasons to think that, how would that all play out? And if everybody thinks like, okay, yes, we all agree the laws are supremely important, but how are we going to interpret that and apply it with, nobody even questions whether or not we're going to follow the law. The question is only how. So that allows you to shortcut a lot of the stuff, just using it in that society. And in the context of what was originally a murder mystery that has to be solved according to the rules of its society. So that was kind of the framework that I wanted to play with in order to get into the alignment stuff that just made my nerdy little heart happy.
That's great. Were there plans for you to do another one of those before they canceled the entire series? Or maybe you did write one and it didn't happen, because I know a bunch of authors have stuff that they wrote and then the novels kind of stopped happening and they're just sitting there in limbo. Do you have one of those stories that's sitting in limbo?
I still have one of what Mark Morland calls the oubliette novels. The draft that I have in that limbo land is honestly not very good. And if it were ever threatened with the light of day, I would have to pull it back and like severely hammer on it to make it anything passable. So yes, there is a manuscript. It does exist. It needs a lot of work. And because it's in limbo, I have not put that work in. But were it ever to be released, I think that there is a core of a good story there. I would just have to work on it for a while before I wanted anybody to read it.
Yeah. Does it tie into any of the other stuff that you did?
Yes, it is a not a direct sequel. It's like 2/3 of a sequel to Hell Knight.
Okay. Okay. So that brings us to now, right? There's a new book coming out because we just mentioned they kind of stopped doing the Pathfinder Tales novels and it was kind of abruptly at the time. And then earlier this year they sent out a message saying, "Hey, we're doing another Pathfinder novels. We're gonna start doing this again." And they said, "Hey, Leanne's gonna be the first one." How did that come about to you? Did they just be like, "Hey, we want you to start this off," or was it just?
It was an incredible honor, and I'm just extraordinarily flattered and thankful that they asked me. But yeah, the question was just like, do you have time right now to take on a project? And if you do, would you be interested in writing something that's a little bit different in that it features the Iconics as central characters and a lot more of the storyline is established because it needs to tie into specific events that are happening in the game world and other campaign, plans that they have for Galarian. So given those caveats, do you want to do this? And I was just like, hell yeah, yes, absolutely.
That's awesome. This one's a little bit different because it's not like you're not like creating your own characters in this series, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time it's happened. You're writing for the Iconics of Pathfinder.
Yes, which was scary because they have very established personalities, they have established fan bases. And there's not really a whole lot of time in this particular story to, get into their background or who they would normally be before all of these gigantic world-shattering events are thrust upon them and they're put through trials of their personality and their skills. So yeah, it was a tricky assignment. Hopefully I did an okay job with it. I don't know. But it was just kind of like, okay, here are all of these characters, get used to them and then put them through the ringer.
Yeah, for sure. What was something that really stood out to you writing this? And I know you probably can't or don't want to give away certain things, but there is an overall story that's happening in the world of Pathfinder that kind of ties into this novel.
Yes, absolutely. And that was one where it was I was given the outline for the events that needed to happen in the book. And they were very specific about a lot of the details because there are a lot of lore and world implications for things that happen in the novel. Things that can be revealed, things that have to be set up, things that tie into plans that the team has, for the world. So a lot of it was detailed and laid out, and it was tricky. Yeah, I don't know if that's responsive to your question exactly.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I just think it's really neat that this is their way of like bringing us into this new big story, and I think the new story is called the War of the Immortals, right?
Yeah, War of Immortals. Yep.
And so this really ties in. So anybody who like really wants to get into that, they can read this book and get a really good backstory, a really good idea of where that is going and where that in game people that are actually gamers can kind of get some inspiration for the overarching world instead of just reading the book and being like, hey, this is what happened, but not really in a novel form like what you've done.
Yeah, one of their big concerns with that project was that they didn't want it to feel like the biggest possible event in the world had happened and nobody's home campaign had a part in it. So a lot of it was, there have to be seeds for different things that could happen, both lower level threats that, might be woven into people's home campaigns, plus big things that change the world and are very open ended. So it's kind of like, okay, this has happened, and these are now the big problems that remain for your groups to confront.
Yeah. We mentioned the Iconics earlier, and there's a lot of them because every class has an Iconic. Which ones are kind of the main players in the book?
So in this book, the Iconics, the primary Iconics who drive this story are Ezrin, Kyra, Marisol, and Amiri. And each of those characters was chosen for a specific reason. So Kyra, being the iconic cleric of StreamRaiders, has the most obvious tie into a storyline where gods are threatened, gods can die. And she has to question her faith as like a mortal servant of these powers that, suddenly need her in a very direct sense. And then Marisol comes in because obviously she's Kyra's wife, but she isn't divinely empowered, and so she has to wrestle with her feelings about that. Ezrin is the iconic wizard. His power derives from the arcane and his mastery of learning. And there's not a whole lot I can say about his storyline without trespassing into spoiler territory, but
okay.
a
But
lot
there's
of it is-
stuff. There's special stuff.
Yes, and the other key thing about Ezran is that he is an atheist. He doesn't deny that the gods exist, but he doesn't feel that they deserve his allegiance, and so that's, another angle that they wanted to bring in for the God's Reign and, this big cataclysmic event. And then finally, Amiri, who is a worshiper of Gorum, and I guess at this point it's not really a spoiler to say Gorum dies. And so part of it was about what happens to somebody if the god that they venerated, although maybe didn't particularly, worship super devoutly, but nonetheless, your patron god dies. Where does that leave you? And also, again, without trespassing too much into spoiler territory, Amiri is a barbarian and her powers derive from rage, and that was something that they wanted to dig into in the storyline as well.
Yeah. And it's very interesting because obviously, like, in the history, we talk about, Eridan, who had passed away as well. He was a deity. But you didn't really get to play through that. It's just kind of like, this is the history. And so now you get to see that directly, whether it's in the novel or in, the upcoming stuff that they're going to be releasing. So it's really, as you said, it's very special for us, the players, people who would make games, make campaigns that are set in this era of Pathfinder, to actually sit through that and play through that and get to see, because you don't get to see that in any of the other novels. You get to see the aftermath and the after effects, but you don't get to see its direct when it happens, and that's pretty new and unique, I think, in the Pathfinder.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely what they were hoping that people would take away from it. So, yeah.
When you were doing this new one, did you have to keep in mind, we talked about, setting in the rules of first edition Pathfinder. Now with the new edition, did you have to kind of like change some stuff up and learn up on the new second edition rules and kind of change it up around a little bit?
It was tricky because right around when I started writing it is when the remaster happened. So a lot of things got their names changed, a lot of spells got wiped from the official rulebook, and new ones came in. So it was tricky, and there are some new monsters that come in because the OGL ones were, off limits now. So we had to invent some new things, we had to add in some new spell effects, which worked fine with the Mythic rule set because, all kinds of new crazy things were happening anyway.
Right.
That was a complicating factor in that particular manuscript, yeah.
What was it like incorporating mythic rules and mythic abilities and mythic things into the novel? Because you don't really see that too often in the Pathfinder tales, which all, again, kind of follow the rules. You don't really see a lot of mythic stuff in the novels.
Yeah, honestly, it was tricky because I think that story was the first one where I felt like both time and word count were not really sufficient for me to lay as much groundwork as I would have liked to bring out some of those things, because there's just like a lot of ground that needed to be covered. And the weirder and more surreal and more, far-reachingly mythic you make things, the longer it takes to explain that.
Yeah.
So there was kind of a tension of just like, how wild and psychedelic can you make this stuff in the space of 2 or 3 chapters?
Yeah. I'm very excited about the book. What is one thing you want people to take away from this book after they're done reading it?
Hopefully that the God's Reign is a really cool event with a lot of far-reaching implications that are going to be really fun to dig into as they continue to evolve. I would hope that people come away with it feeling, I don't know, energized and intrigued and excited to bring these elements into their own campaigns.
That's great. Are there other works possibly in the future?
I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
Okay, that is an answer. That is an answer. I'm not allowed to say it is an answer. And I appreciate that. Do you have any other works outside of Pathfinder Paizo that you have coming up down the road?
I think my most recent book before this was for Warhammer's Age of Sigmar, and that was the novel Black Talon, which was also a lot of fun to write, and was in a lot of ways good practice for this one because it again involves one of their established canon characters going through an adventure that, for world building, for campaign building reasons, has to be set in a specific way.
Okay.
So that was one where it's kind of like, we need the characters to do this.
Did you play Warhammer before doing that book?
I did not know. Warhammer is a very different kind of game from what I'm used to. It seems like I wish I had the skill to paint those minis, but that's just never been a skill set that I've had. And a couple of my friends are incredibly good at it, and every time they show me something new, I'm like, whoa, how? Like,
Yeah.
like neurosurgery. How do you like have the fine motor skill to do that?
Yeah, you're like, did you do it with a single hair to get that eye, the retina, you know?
It's incredible. I don't know how they do it, but it also looks extremely expensive. So
I think most hobbies like that are. I mean,
Yeah.
technically role playing is pretty expensive too. You know, every single book is, you know, $30. So
true, yeah.
and you want to stack up that bookshelf, you got to definitely put that money out there.
I think it's worth it. That's my hope. I don't want everybody to buy anything that I've done and be like, you know, that was a bad use of money. So
If you look back to your very first book, and then you fast forward to God's Reign, how has your process in writing books changed?
that is a great question. And it's hard to do a clear through line because they're just different types of books. You know, it is almost actually a perfect line of just more editorial, I guess, more editorial feedback and direction as you move farther down to the present day. Whereas my early books were just kind of like writing whatever because I felt like it. Definitely, I feel like I've gotten faster at it as time goes by, and I develop more facility with the basic skill set of just like, here's how you build a sentence, here's how you build a paragraph. But then, you know, there always runs the risk of repeating yourself, saying the things that you've said before, using the same words to describe scenes. So that's a continual struggle. And I try not to resort to that. I hope. I hope very much that everything still feels new and fresh. Yeah, I don't know. I easier in some ways and harder in others because you know more of what you're doing, but you've also done it so many times before that you constantly have to stretch and find new ground and new ways of conceiving of things.
Yeah, understandable. People that are listening, you can get God's Reign. It's going to be available November 5th, correct?
I think it's actually out. They moved the release
They
date
moved
up.
the release date up?
Yeah.
So it's out now.
I think it is out now.
Well, there you go, guys.
It's been out for 2 days, maybe. Yeah.
Go and check out God's Reign. Available anywhere you get your books. Go and check it out. And also, I think the War of the Immortals comes out on the 12th, last I heard. So I think that's coming out. And you had a hand. Did you have a little bit of a hand in that as well? In that main book?
Yes. Yeah, I wrote a little bit of fiction for that book.
Okay. So there you go. You can find all of the things between those two, those two books. Of course, go back and check out all the old Pathfinder Tales stuff as well because they are also awesome. I love the fact that they're, like you said, they're a little bit. They start off a little bit dark. You're playing with something that is looked upon not necessarily in the best of light, and by the end of it, you know, you've got this protagonist that's your main character. That's kind of grown a lot in the novels, and it happens in all of your Pathfinder books. And I just love it. I love it very much. It's been great. So I look forward to more work of yours, Pathfinder or not. I look forward to the more work that you put out there. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. It's been wonderful to be here.
People are maybe going to see you at PAX. It sounds like you may or may not be there. So people keep their eye out for news maybe.
Yeah. When we know for sure, we will announce it for sure. Still trying to figure out like what exactly I'll be doing there, so I can't announce anything concrete yet.
Okay, sounds good. And of course, they can find you on the Paizo forums from time to time, and shoot you a message there or ask questions, and maybe you'll swing in and say hello.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, everybody, if you're listening, please stick around. Those of you in the live stream, go ahead and throw your questions up in the chat for Leanne Marcial. We will get to those in just a moment. But first, later this month, we're going to be joined by Shadowrun author Jennifer Brozak. That's going to be live on the 18th of November. That podcast will be available on the 19th. So if you're a fan of Shadowrun, it's going to be an amazing episode as well. After that, we're going to be joined by Scott Rogers. He's a board game designer. He's did Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Marvel Villainous, Alien, so many more. A lot of board games there by Scott Rogers. He's going to be joining us live December 2nd, that podcast on December 3rd. Not to mention our other guests coming up. Jim Zub is going to be returning. Epic Realms is going to be returning to Epic Realms, and Kevin Hearn is also going to be returning. So you definitely want to check those episodes out. Go ahead, follow, subscribe, like, review, all of the buttons. Push them all. It does help us, and in turn, helps our guests. So don't forget to get God's Reign available right now. As for that, I am Nick, Speaking for Leanne Berciel, thank you for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains, welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an actor, voice actor, role player, and writer. One of his most popular roles is Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. Please welcome the legendary Mark Meir to Epic Realms. How are you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited to have you here. How was PAX Australia? You just got back from that. How was that? Tell us about it.
It was fantastic. Had a great time at PAX Australia. There was a bit of a Mass Effect cosplay meetup, and the fans were great. They came out in force. There were a number of great panels that I got to do, and a little bit of Call of Cthulhu. I got to play with the Stream of Chaos folks from Chaosium. So all in all, a great time.
How much do you enjoy Call of Cthulhu in comparison to some of the other RPGs you do?
Oh, I like it a lot. Most RPGs, I find, tend to be power fantasy, and Call of Cthulhu is more like a powerlessness fantasy. You're the victim in a horror movie, and the best you can possibly do is ensure that the apocalypse doesn't happen today. You can maybe push it off to next week. And there is something about playing a frail, normal human person in this world of supernatural horrors. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love it. I also love the noir setting that usually takes place in, because it's kind of refreshing to me in an RPG. So it's either like a post-apocalyptic world, a superhero world, or like a D&D fantasy type world. So I love Arkham Horror for that in all of their...
Yes, yeah. There's the traditional setting for the Cthulhu stuff tends to be the 20s, but I actually really started getting into Cthulhu due to a 1940s era game that was a little more noir styled, and it was a LARP actually that we do over in Britain with some friends of ours.
Oh, nice.
Lots of fun.
Yes, indeed. We mentioned in the intro, actor, voice actor, and I always want to ask this every time we get somebody who's an actor, voice actor. Are those things separate, or are they together? Is it just actor and then a voice actor is an actor, or should they be separated when you introduce someone like yourself?
I just consider myself an actor, and if you book a voice gig, then you're a voice actor.
Okay.
And if you are in a play at the time, then you're being a theater actor. So yeah, when you don't have a job other than pretending for a living, you tend to take, the work that's available in a variety of mediums. Some people, I guess, do really focus in on one aspect. There are actors who are like, I am a commercial actor. I act in commercials. But really, it's more that you're an actor who books commercial gigs. And so I think most people would think of themselves as just, I am an actor, and I happen to work in this particular branch of acting.
Okay. So were you introduced to acting at an early age when you were like a kid, or was it just like, hey, D&D?
No, D&D was my gateway into acting, because I went to school in a very small town that did not really have drama as a class in school. I even had to take, in high school, I had to take art by correspondence because, again, they just didn't offer it at my school. So D&D, especially being a dungeon master, was really my first experience in acting, in voice acting and in improvisation, because when you're the dungeon master, you have to play all of the characters. And improvisation, because whatever plan you have will evaporate as soon as it meets the player characters, because they can literally do anything they want. So yeah, you're going to have to roll with the punches. So that was my early acting. And when I started doing improv, for example, I did find that actually, the improv skills I was picking up improved my Dungeons and Dragons games.
Yeah, for sure. Was your family supportive of your D&D habit and role playing?
Well, I'm an old fella, so I was playing Dungeons and Dragons and starting to play at the height of the Satanic Panic.
Yeah.
I'm basically, the age that the kids are in Stranger Things. I was that age back in the 80s. So my parents, they were not, super religious or anything, so they didn't forbid me. But they, like all parents, they were wary because this panic that was being created in the media, not just about Dungeons and Dragons, but also about heavy metal music and horror movies. And it was those are all the things I like. And so they were wary, much in the same ways that, despite the fact that there has never been, hard documented case of poison Halloween candy, for example.
Right.
You know,
right.
where it's actually strangers poisoning random kids. It's, you know, there have been incidents, but it's usually someone using that myth to cover up another crime. Parents are still wary about, like, oh, okay, we got to. So they were, of course, wary because it was, you know, there was 60 Minutes pieces on
Right.
how, like, oh, Dungeons and Dragons is a terrible thing, and
Right.
yeah, and of course we all know it was bullshit.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say bullshit on your podcast?
You certainly can. You certainly
Okay,
can.
good.
Yeah, that was something I also agreed with. And living same era, I was very much like, no, these are all the benefits. Like, it helps with math, it helps with English, it helps with your correspondence and interaction with other people. So I was constantly trying to, like, tell people that that is not the case, that none of that stuff was right, that it's all, as you said, bullshit. So what about, did that get in the way of anything like school or anything like that growing up, playing D&D? Did you do too much of it?
Well, no, I mean, my parents probably wisely sort of used that as that, well, okay, well, unlike others, we won't take away your D&D books and burn them in the backyard, but
Yeah.
you got to keep your marks up, and I did. I
Okay.
did keep my marks. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you ended up,
but yeah, certainly it was not as accepted as it is today. And I mean, all aspects of nerd culture were not, they were very niche back
Right.
in the day. And if you enjoyed that sort of thing, it was not something you broadcast. It was, you kept that quiet unless you wanted to be, you know, outcast. So I was never very good at that. I was always one to fly my nerd flag fairly high. So it's been very gratifying to see not just Dungeons and Dragons, but things like, you know, superheroes and comic books. And, you know, they're the popular things right now. And of course,
culture.
these things are cyclical, and, you know, eventually there will be, you know, I hope we never go back to the dark days where it's just like, you read comics, you play Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah, so it's much better than it was.
Yeah, and I think video games has helped with that as well.
Oh, and video games. Yeah, video games were also at one point seen as like very niche, and like now everybody plays video games,
Right.
even if it's just on their phone.
Yeah, for sure. When did you start getting into actual acting? Was it an improv class? Was it college? You mentioned the improv earlier.
My brush with actual acting came when I was in, like, I think my first year of university. I went to high school in a very small town. I moved to a slightly larger town, Edmonton, a city, and there was a thing called the Teen Festival of the Arts that the local regional theater, the Citadel, used to run, where they would get established writers and directors to essentially put on shows with teens. They would be cast, and in my case, I got into a show called what was it called again? Three Fried Teens in a Baggie. That's right. So there was a local comedy troupe called Three Dead Trolls in a Baggie, and they were doing basically a sketch show with high school kids and young university students in the roles of not just the actors, but also the writers of the show. So they suggested, oh, and the reason we couldn't be called Three Dead Teens in a Baggie, it was like, well, we can't have dead teens in the title, so we have to be called Three Fried Teens in a Baggie. And somehow the administration didn't realize, well, now it's a drug reference, but that's fine.
Right.
So they essentially, I got cast because I did a comic strip at the time in the university paper. And that's what I submitted as my writing example. It's like, well, I don't write sketches, but I've been writing a weekly comic strip for, so I could write comedy. And I got accepted. And the Three Dead Trolls in a Baggie, the local comedy troupe, they pointed us all to improv as a great way to generate sketch ideas. I hadn't done any improv in high school.
Yeah.
To me, improv was like, well, I've heard of the like evening at the Improv. Isn't that a stand-up thing? And so as soon as I did improv, I loved it. And I started working with Rapid Fire Theater, who was the local improv troupe that did the workshops for us for that show. And after that, I really never looked back.
Yeah.
I decided I do want to pretend for a living. And started booking corporate improv gigs shortly thereafter and going to auditions, for example, for voice work.
Yeah. What was it about that? Was it the live audience? Was it just the interactions? What was it that you think really drew you
I
in?
mean, it's all those things. Anyone who's performed live knows that you do get like this, great wave of energy from the audience. And also just pretending, as I say, I'd always be interested in that sort of aspect creatively. And so having that outlet was such a gift. And when you're an improviser, particularly, you're not just an actor, you're also essentially writing your own thing extemporaneously. And that led to writing, sketches. I was in a sketch troupe for a long time called Gordon's Big Bald Head. Done a couple of sketch shows on Canadian television, and really, improv was the foundation for my whole career.
Yeah.
Because improv teaches you lessons that can be applied to many branches of acting. But voice acting specifically, it comes in very handy, especially in video game voice acting, because you're often not given the script beforehand. In fact, with video game stuff, it's usually quite secret, so they're not just going to be emailing you tomorrow's script. So being able to jump into character immediately and immediately into the situation, and being able to, immediately take feedback and direction from whoever you're working with, those are lessons that improv really teaches you well.
Yeah. How would you define sketch comedy if somebody's never seen a sketch comedy?
Oh, I'd probably point to like the classics, Saturday Night Live is sketch comedy, Monty Python is sketch comedy, SCTV is sketch comedy, The Kids in the Hall, and Kids in the Hall and SCTV especially were very influential on me.
Right.
And Monty Python too, because I've been watching Monty Python since I was a kid, since Holy Grail.
Well, it's so many really well-known actors, people like Jamie Foxx, comedy, sketch comedy, but his range, those people with such huge range, they're, a lot of those people come from a history of sketch comedy. So that's
and I'll point to Mr. Bob Odenkirk of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He, of course, had one of my favorite sketch shows of all time, Mr. Show, with David Cross. And I think everyone would agree, he is a fantastic actor.
Yeah, for sure, across the board. When did you kind of start to get into the voice acting? What kind of drew you that direction as opposed to doing more stage stuff? And I know you did other stage stuff and did other improv stuff.
In fact, I'd say stage and improv stuff is the majority of what I do, even today. Voice acting gigs come along every now and then, and because I was in the Mass Effect trilogy, people sometimes just call me and say, hey, we'd like you to be in this game. So that's always nice. But like anything, as I was saying before, I basically went to an audition. I did find out that BioWare had a presence in Edmonton, or BioWare was based in Edmonton back then, because some friends of mine, again, from Three Dead Trolls and a Baggie, that I mentioned before, and Atomic Improv, essentially, the 4 guys were hired to do all of the voices in one of the early BioWare games, MDK2. And I, heard about that because they said, hey, we got this gig. And I was shocked to learn there was a video game company in Edmonton and that they were hiring local actors and improvisers.
Right.
So I, kept my ear to the ground. It's like, oh, if anybody hears about them doing auditions for anything, I'd love to. And I didn't have to wait long, because back in those days, BioWare was doing what they used to call cattle call auditions, where they would just call in, every actor in town, show up at the studio, record a few lines in the booth, and we'll let you know. So I did that, and I got cast in Baldur's Gate 2 way back in the late 90s. And that was great because it was a Dungeons and Dragons game as well.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I get to be in a video game and it's Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
I was very excited for the one line that I had in that game, which was in the final cutscene, which meant you had to play the entire 40 hours to get to my one line.
Right.
But BioWare liked that well enough that they kept hiring me pretty much for every subsequent project. I did more and more on the DLC stuff for the Baldur's Gate things, like Throne of Ball and Shadows On and Throne of Ball. I did Kingmaker. I did Neverwinter Nights. Later stuff I did for them, Jade Empire. I did a lot of demo on the original Knights of the Old Republic. And then by the time Mass Effect rolled around, I've been working with them consistently for a number of years. So I was brought in very early in the whole process to do a presentation to the devs on what typical members of various alien races might sound. And during that process, I got asked to audition for Commander Shepard, and a few callbacks later, I was told I was going to be the lead.
That's awesome. That's awesome. When you're going through there and you're like sourcing in your mind, you're like, okay, this is what this alien would be like. This is what. Are you coming up with those just spur of the moment, or are you referencing them just from what you thought from other things you've done in the past?
For that particular project, no, that was, as I said, I was brought in on the concept art stage. So, the game had not been written yet. It was all ideas and building the world. So I was given like big binders with like, you know, dossiers on each of the alien races, like their background, this is what they look like, this is the physical structure of their face. And so I used all of that to base, you know, my various pitches. And sometimes I had multiple, it's like, well, they could be like this, or maybe something like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that I did suggest made it into the game. Like I always like to say, I'm the reason the Solarians kind of have the cadence of Steve Buscemi. Very quick way of talking. And some stuff got abandoned, for example, because of their facial structure and just the way their heads were shaped and mouths were shaped. I was suggesting that the Turians might be interesting if they had like a little click sound that they made at the end of sentences or something like that. And then later I was told that got dropped because I made the suggestion long before Garrus was actually in the game as a main character. And so I was told later, it's like, well, there's going to be a Turian who's like a party member, so if that clicking thing is going to get old very quickly with the amount of dialogue he has. So they ended up just using like a filter for all the Turian actors.
Okay.
But some stuff was very obvious, like the Krogan should have big gruff voices, and you know the Volus, because of their breathing apparatus, I added that wheeze at the end there. So they did take that suggestion.
How rewarding was that for you creatively wise? I can't even say the word.
that was a ball. It was also like really cool to be in on a game from the ground floor, and it's just like, oh, these are the aliens that are in it. So I knew a lot of the codec stuff, and getting to, as I say, get in on the ground floor like that on a game was very, very interesting and very cool.
Did you know at the time, or did you have an idea